Hi, da da da. That's good. Remember, all day there's an open mic.
Down to the wire.
And the official word from race control is that pits are closed now, so this will take us to the end of race.
Team low current in third on the track.
He's going to take on the inside of two. He got her.
Wow.
He got her. Rachel was a little on the outside of middle line on turn one, and that just opened the door through turn two.
Rachel Hart's got the line on the inside into turn number 5, making the move back into the race lead. And she makes the pass into the number 1 spot here late in the race. Finish line straight away. White flag flies. The lift on the final lap as the checkered flag flies. Team Supersonic. Yourselves ironed out. Team Talladega rounding out the number 3 position. Second place. Still a great drive for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Come on up here. Claim your award. Great drive. Come on up here. Team Supersonic bringing home the number 1 plate for the 12 Hours of Canton here today.
I mean, how many of you guys would run this again? Okay, that's a tired response, but I got a lot of hands in the air.
Hello and welcome to the second annual 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair. My name is Fast Derek Everett, reporting to you for Competition Karting, and joining me as always for the 12 hours, we've got James Burley.
Hi, Derek. We're very excited about today. We're ready to get things rolling here shortly.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming since last year, and this is becoming a St. Patrick's Day tradition, I want to say, racing the 12-hour karting race here at K1 Speed.
It is, yeah. March just happens to land on the calendar about the time when racing season starts, and so we're happy to help kick that off with some indoor go-karting.
And I'm glad to be back here for K1, or for the 12 hours, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair. And this is more than just a regular arrive and drive race. This is a little bit more involved than one of those events. This is also a little bit more involved than one of your leagues that you have going on. You've got more than just the arrive and drives here at K1 Speed.
Yeah, well, primarily because it's so much longer. That's obvious. But the other thing is, too, arrive and drive races are all geared towards time. And today we actually get to race for position. So teams are going to battle it out on track. We're going to see who can get the most laps. We can see who gets to the checkered flag first. But the other big thing, and this is what we're going to be talking about all day today, and that's going to be batteries.
Yes, battery and the conservation of those batteries is what we're really going to be paying attention to. And we have the ability here at this particular location to monitor the health of those batteries on the fly and relay that information back to the drivers so they can take that into consideration, how long they want to be out there on the race course and when they have their pit strategies. But like I was saying, this is more than just an arrive and drive. These are more than just concession carts that you'd see like at Cedar Point, or you'd take your personal shifter cart down to a local race course.
It is a lot different because it's an arrive and drive mentality. The big challenge there is to take a facility like this with the carts that are geared towards arrive and drive and migrate that into a competition level of a field and a level of cart that we love to hand over to our professional racing drivers. And so that's what we're gearing up to do today. They're very physical to drive. There's no power steering. If you've never been around a very tight and narrow track like we have behind us today, you need to come out and try it. But it's going to be a grueling test for these guys to drive these cars for 12 hours. And like you said, it is not like your average go-kart track.
Exactly, and it's extremely taxing on the body, like you were saying. Coming from a motocross background myself, I know that physical conditioning is essential to being productive out there on the race course. What kind of background do you have leading into today's event?
Well, I've always been involved in racing. My dad got me involved. He worked for Firestone, so that was my in. But as far as the racing goes, I'm pretty much a fan. Like, the most I've ever raced is actually right here. Good and bad, I guess. But yeah, I've not done any other professional sports, but I love the competition. I love the challenge that brings to the drivers, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Once you have that itch, you always have to have it there.
I wish I was out there today. honestly. I mean, I do love being here in the booth, but I really wish I was out there racing with the guys.
I have the go fast mentality that I'll never get rid of as well, and I wish I was out there. But this is also endurance racing. This is a 12-hour race. How does this type of an event stack up to, let's say, the 24-hour of Le Mans? That's an endurance race.
Well,
do they have teams associated to those races where they get to switch drivers?
Yeah, the team philosophy still applies. So you're doing car or driver swaps during the race. But I would say the biggest difference here is that when we do those swaps, you are using a completely different car. But as far as the length of time, then yeah, I mean, we're going to run for 12 hours today, much like some of these other endurance drivers do and some of the big national championships.
So the teams themselves will be experiencing a lot of the same effects on their body that they will be racing one of those type of events.
Absolutely. If you watch any one of these drivers get done with one of their stints and they run anywhere between 60, 80 laps in one of these cars, you can tell the hands are going to be cramping, the upper body is going to be sore, and it's going to be physically demanding for them today.
So take those two things into consideration that we were just talking about. This is kart racing, the e-kart racing, which is extremely taxing on the body. Endurance racing, which is take that to another level. But this is also spec racing. These karts are all set up and maintained identically. Each driver has an equal share at getting the same lap time going around the race course. So think
pretty close.
IROC, think Miata Cup, think all of those spec racing series. This is right along those lines.
It's very similar. So I know if you ask the drivers, they're going to tell you that every car is a little bit different, but our goal here and our mentality is to make that as spec as possible. So within physical limitations, yeah, the cars are prepared as equally as possible so that everybody has a shot to evolve their own strategy and go for the race win.
So there are a lot of things to take into consideration whenever this whole thing comes together for the second annual 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair. And we did the math. When it all breaks down, these drivers are racing over 250 miles. It's actually over 260 miles what we did last year. The course
might be more this year.
It might, because the lap times have gone down.
Lap times have gone down, and the pace might be higher, and we may have fewer cautions. We'll see. But just keep in mind, I mean, we're racing to the clock. We're not racing to the mileage, which is the way some of the other races go. So
we do have a lot of our teams out there right now getting a track walk to see what kind of lines that they want to be hitting during these opening couple of laps, because these opening couple of laps is where the field is really going to set themselves in line for the rest of the race, and we'll be figuring things out from there.
Drivers are going to have nerves they're going to have to battle, because the start and the green flag is going to be hard to come out here, warm up those tires, but keep the field behind you if you're in the front, or if you're in the back. Key.
And like you mentioned earlier, the batteries, like we're going to be paying attention to all day long. I did a little bit of research on my end. These battery packs that the karts come equipped with, they're approximately 60 amp hours?
Correct, yep.
And that is about 2880 watt hours.
Yeah, if you do the approximate calculations, depending upon how you're driving the car will depend upon how many laps you get out of them, but a full charge of a 60 amp hour battery gets you somewhere between 70 and 80 laps.
And if you do the math, how many kilowatts is approximately 3,000
I don't know how to do kilowatt hours.
That's about three kilowatt hours. I think it's a times a factor of 1,000 if my metric conversions are correct.
I'll take your word for it.
So for example, a Tesla battery has about 60 to 100 kilowatt hours, so 1/10.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot higher capacity than it is.
The battery capacities are 1/100th, but these are 1/10 scale machines.
Yeah, that's true.
Approximately.
A lot lighter.
Yeah.
And
so the tech is still applicable.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, everything we talk about with batteries, I always say that it's the crucible of motorsport that allows us to advance and engineer things. Yeah, this battery technology thing that we're using in these karts today definitely apply. And in fact, we get some of the technology back from the automotive world to apply to this race today.
Excellent. And we do have more to come, but first, a word from our sponsors.
Running the game now, foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
Thank you. And joining us trackside now, we have Jason Gajewski. He is the race marshal for the 12 Hours of Canton. How's it going, Jason?
Good. Yeah, I love that job description. Let's go with that.
Race marshal, director, coordinator, event, everything.
Yeah. Working with this guy a whole lot building up to this. I am so excited. The teams are ready. Going through the drivers meeting, we covered everything during their practices. So everybody's looking so good. Really fast times this year. I mean, I know we're going to announce the starting order at the beginning of the race here, and
because they don't know it yet.
They don't know it yet, so it's a blind qualifier. And I've asked every team where they thought they were, and every team, had their guess. But everybody's saying the karts are really consistent and everything, and the times are incredibly fast. So it's going to be a great race. So I'm excited from my standpoint, and just loving the live racing here. Thanks both of you for the help.
So what was the mindset that brought this whole thing together? I mean, why?
Good question, Jason. Why?
Let me answer that, right? No, I think it was, we love endurance racing here. I think that's unanimous. So we do endurance racing of all types. And here James made the huge commitment when he bought this place to invest in lithium-ion batteries, which gave us that edge against everybody else that, hey, we can run longer races and make them long, consistent, fun, and competitive. So we ran, 1 hour races, and we used to run tests and stuff. So a group of us said, hey, joking around, I think it was,
kind of.
What about a 12-hour race? And this was last year, 6 weeks out, and we said,
6 weeks, a month and a half.
A month and a half last year, we put that together. So this year, you guys are seeing a whole better side of this with a little bit more preparation. But every year, we're trying to make consistent steps up. But it's one of those things, if you give me or James a challenge, we're going to step up to it. So we decided to go full force into it. And here's what we wind up with: the world's only indoor electric endurance kart race for 12 hours. It's amazing to me. So I couldn't be more thankful for the team I have around me. It's not just me, but me and James do a lot of work. And a huge thanks to all the track guys that are behind me today. It's just there's a lot to watch. And you guys will get into it on the stream how much there is, but it is just a lot of fun. So basically the crazy mentality of why not try it, and no one else has done it, and that doesn't scare either of us. So let's do it. Let's do it again.
I think that was one of your biggest motivators. You said, well, nobody else has done it yet, so we have to do it. So.
I like that stuff. I like it when you tell me no, or like when there's a challenge.
When don't tell him no.
There's got to be a way to a good solution. No is no, but like if you tell me that something hasn't been done yet, my first question in my head is why not? And then my second question is, can I do it? So here's the proof of that.
There you go.
I know that it may sound extremely niche, like you said, endurance, indoor kart racing, but when you boil all of that stuff down, this has a pretty extreme effect on the automotive community with what's coming into effect right now, the electric cars.
Yep.
What on this end of it has played a part in some of that? Do you know, if any?
So I think the next generation of drivers is coming up with their parents owning electric vehicles. Where we grew up, it's all gas stuff. So when you get a go-kart, you build a go-kart when you're a kid, you find a motor, you put it together. I used a lawnmower motor and just built a go-kart. Now you have electric lawnmowers and stuff. So you've got smarter kids doing smarter stuff with electricity, and they're building electric stuff, so EV vehicles. The engineering behind EV is still very new. I am one of those people that still floats between my love-hate relationship with it. I love it to death because of what we can do with it. No matter the weather, no matter the conditions, we're out here racing, and I love that. And power usage, we've got a great one for you later on with that, but it's net the same to me right now. But the next generation of racers are able to come here, drive these karts, and propel themselves into something else. We have proof of that in teams that race in this race. There's a lot of other automotive racing disciplines that are here today, represented by the different teams and people off track. So it's stretched the community into that niche where a lot of gas racers are like, hey, EV, I don't really like that. So we kind of turned it on its head and made it something that's extremely competitive and extremely fun.
I have a good way of thinking about this. 120 years ago, Henry Ford with the Model T introduced the Model T. It was the gas engine vehicle. And over a course of 20, 30 years, folks started to hot rod those things.
Yep.
And Tesla and the AV manufacturers brought those vehicles to the market. And after a couple of years, people are starting to hot rod them. The parts are becoming more readily available for everyone to get involved. So this style of racing is becoming the new kind of hot rods.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's the mentality of, you mentioned Henry Ford, it's Ford Racing. He wanted to win everything, and with racing, you propel engineering of these things. We've run into problems that I know other manufacturers of EVs have run into. We've solved them for go-karts. We're an arrive and drive facility. I mean, this is what you do for a living, for Arrive and Drive. Come have fun, come have a party here, it's great. But you serious racers out there, I'm telling you, there is no other place that touches these karts as far as competitive levels go.
And it's extremely accessible for anyone to get involved because this is an Arrive and Drive facility. Anybody can come here.
It is. The other comment I was going to make real quick was the technology is also not perfect either. And so the teams are faced with that challenge today, and we like to say we're very transparent about it. Yep. So if there's difficulties today with batteries and stuff, that's because we're on the cutting edge of this stuff. And so we're just going to deal with it as it comes, and we're going to help evolve it.
Hot rods broke down.
One thing I got to say. Yeah, well, exactly. And on that point, a huge thank you to Kart One.
Yes.
Thank you. They shipped us batteries to get us through this race. It would not have happened without that.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And this is not only, I haven't talked to either of you two about this, but this is also an IT miracle, in my opinion, being able to keep track of all of this information on the fly, because this is a lot of information to keep track of, and we're all doing it wirelessly.
We have a great partner who just across the street, Ability Business, who has helped us tremendously. He developed the software and put together the hardware for every car on this track so that it transmits all that battery telemetry in real time. It revolutionized the way we operate here just on a daily basis, but it also enabled us to run this race. We would not be running this race without Ability Business.
Excellent, and glad to have those partners helping us out here at this particular location. And we have got some great teams, and all but one of them are returning. Jason, you've seen things up close and personal last year. You kind of have a little bit of an idea as to what may be panning out, but it's all racing. It all comes down to what goes down on the racetrack. What are your hopes for today's event?
I hope that as a race director, I've always looked at this race, especially last year, if I can stay out of the event, I'm happy. I want drivers to be extremely competitive and have a lot of fun, but be polite about it. There's a big difference between, just obnoxious racing, I guess is the first word I could think of.
Very well put.
Versus competitive racing, and I want competitive racing. We saw it last year. A lot of the teams are prepped and ready to go for it. There's a couple new teams, but I have a feeling there'll be a couple moves put on people, and they'll kind of fall into line. It's almost like a culture effect of the racing, and you guys will be able to see that firsthand with the drone coverage we have too. So another thing we added this year is awesome. So it'll be a really competitive race. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes, he did say drones.
Yes, brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, and we will see all 8 of the teams that are going to be competing in this year's 12 Hours of Canton just after these messages.
that you join us back live here at K1 Speed Canton for the 12 Hours of Canton, the 2024 running, and we finally got our scoreboard overlay. Apologies for that technical interruption, but we'll now have a way for you to follow along. So if you do want to follow on a mobile device, make sure you download the MyLaps app. We are live at speedhive.mylaps.com if you want to follow more closely. There's 30 minutes left on the giveaway, so make sure you are going to 12hoursofcanton.com/MidOhio. That is the website for the very first giveaway. We'll be going through giveaways every 2 hours throughout the next 11 hours that's left on the stream. So make sure you follow along so that you know what the next entry is going to be to improve your chances of winning for each one of the raffles. So thanks for following along, guys. We appreciate the chats. We're trying to now sort out some of the information that you guys are giving us through the chats, and we appreciate you guys following along as always. Make sure you subscribe to Competition Karting. This is where you can follow along for all the action on the endurance leagues that take place here at K1 Speed Canton. Team Supersonic is still in the lead. They are leading Redline Racing, who's in the number 2 spot. You notice that some of the lap times are now getting dispersed because of a couple different teams on different strategies and or incidents that happened earlier in the event. So we're sending Derek down to the pits so we can start talking to some drivers. I know you guys have been anxious to do that, and we want to get some background on what's going on. We want to talk to the teams because we really haven't talked to the drivers yet, and we know that's the reason ultimately you're following along is for your favorite driver. So hang on, and he will be right with us. We hope to have all that kind of coverage for you throughout the next 11 hours. You're looking on track now for Chris Kuhn, who is the white team, and that's the different screen. All good. Let's make sure we follow the battles that are on track here. Redline Racing is in the number 2 spot, 188 laps completed from Team Supersonic. They had done pit stops earlier, and they are on a 2-driver rotation. All the other teams, so far, I believe we've seen most of those drivers out on track. If you're following along earlier, Felber Motorsports was the first team to receive a point, which is why that has dropped them back down to the number 4 position. However, they are now only 1 lap down, so their pace definitely something to be watched, as they are going to try to get back those 2 laps that they lost from their penalty. When you are served a point, you must immediately exit track, change drivers as part of your penalty, and then once you receive 2 points, you are eliminated from the race. So you definitely want to be on the cautious side from this side forward. Marshall Miller given the heat to Chris Kuhn right now in the number 25 machine. Going to take a quick look on the inside of turn 1, but not enough space. He's going to push Chris wide, but then he's going to maybe do an over-under here through 3. Let's see what happens. Give him a little bit of a tag. Chris is going to squeeze him through 4. 4 is not a good space to be able to do a pass, but Marshall, he was going to look down the inside, but he decided the last second not to. It's a long race. You don't necessarily have to make those aggressive moves. Just wait for your opportunity, and then he'll be able to look for a gap. Looks like we have Derek down in the pits. Let's see who he's got for us. So Derek.
Thanks, James. And I've got Nate Groh with Team High Voltage joining me trackside. And you were actually the driver that was involved in that altercation out there on the race course. Can you give me a little bit of your perspective as to what happened out there?
You know, from my perspective, they were pretty much holding us up.
Team Felber.
Yeah. Corey ended up getting in front of me, and then going into the carousel, I got behind him and I managed to bump him up into the lead, and I was right on their bumper, and then right on their bumper on the inside, and then I got turned into and put into the wall. So
you were in your position, and they were trying to get in your position was Team Felber. So as a result, I believe they got the penalty as a result, and they had to pull in the pits. So you guys ended up sitting all right as a result. And how are you guys running currently out there on the track?
Currently not too hot. The last kart that we hopped into, it didn't hold. The charge was kind of bad on it. So, I mean, right now we're just trying to make some laps back up.
Okay. What is your background into racing karting? I know that this isn't maybe what you do as a primary racing sport. What do you do on the weekends normally?
I mean, karting is a big part.
Okay.
Yeah, I've run a bunch of leagues up at High Voltage, 4-time league champ.
Okay.
And I qualified for the American E-Kart Championship in 2023.
So this is your primary sport of choice.
Yeah. So I ended up finishing 3rd overall.
Very good.
Our teammate Tony Patterson over there from Indiana, he finished 1st overall in the E-Kart Championship. So
very good.
We have talented drivers. We just need to make it work.
Where is your team all hailing from? You're from Medina area, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. I mean, I live down in Waynesburg,
okay.
So south of Canton.
Okay. Where's Steve from?
Steve's from Medina.
Okay. How about Jacob?
Same.
And Tony's from Indiana.
Yep.
All right. So got a team from all across the area. Thanks for coming out here for the 12 hours Team High Voltage. This is Nate, and hopefully they can make some positions back on the track.
Thanks, Derek. As you were doing that interview, we got notification from for a drive-through penalty on Team White. They were reporting that the brakes failed and they weren't able to make the stop box, but unfortunately, that's part of the challenge, is to make sure you test those brakes, make sure that you are in good condition to stop in that stop box. That stop box is there for safety reasons to keep the track workers protected all the way there on the right-hand side of the field. And let's keep an eye on the red line racing to make sure that they serve that penalty. Watching now, 4-car battle on track with Downhill Burrito. I believe that's Tim in the lead of that train of cars as they round the back straightaway and as they push towards the carousel. Now, one of the things we point out about this particular style of racing is how tight and how controlled the racing has to be in order to run a good lap time. If you watch these guys, they don't necessarily run a lap that would mimic a traditional motorsport. And a lot of the times when you go, let's just say you start on driver's left, you exit about mid-track on the outside. And watch some of these guys closely on where they position the cars, because that, as Corey Salerno pushes his way through, keep an eye on where they exit the track and where they position the car, because that makes a huge difference on the overall lap times, as we see most of these guys in the mid-25. Some of these cars in the 25, FLBR ran a 25.6 last lap, and then some of the other cars running in the 26.2s. That is Savannah Weber, I believe, for Redline Racing in the number 6 machine on the back of Corey Salerno now for Supersonic Racing. I believe we have another interview from Derek, so we will cut back to him down in the pits.
Now I'm joined down here trackside with representative from Team MK Morse, Katie Wise, just coming off of the racetrack from her stint. Tell us about what happened in the pits there.
My car had no brakes, so I was brake checking all the way around that back curve, and I know I stopped short on purpose so I could ease my way in if need be. I know I stopped short, and he called me for a drive-through, even though I was short. So our driver did a drive-through penalty when it wasn't actually needed, and we're still suffering the consequences from bad call. So I'm a little heated.
Understandably so. Leading up to that moment, how were you guys sitting out there?
I was looking good. I was chasing a car in front of me, but I still had some gappage, but I was trying to close it. I think we can be doing better, but
so you, as the endurance champion, you want to be up front out there.
Absolutely.
So what are you guys going to have to do moving forward for the rest of the 12 hours to get yourselves in the position to get up on the box?
We got to work on those penalties and the pit stops, and hopefully no more bad calls.
Hopefully no more bad calls coming from the folks in at least that's from her perspective, is it, from Katie Wise. We're going to send it back up to you, James, see how everything else is going up there.
Well, Derek, we're up here just trying to follow the same storylines as what you're looking at down there. So, MK Morris down there after 199 laps, so that'll put them about 6 laps down from the leaders. But one thing to keep in mind is it's a very long race. As you're now looking at infrared imaging from our partners at Ohio Drone Repair, they brought drones that are showing us the racing line. That is fantastic to see. Side-by-side comparison about where they are and where the heat map is left after the car drives through. Just amazing technology. We talked about the racing line there. Boy, that really defines it for you, doesn't it? It shows how wide they start on the turn of 5 and where they exit on turn 3. This is one of those corners. Oh, his team's High Voltage got punted to the outside of that corner. You got MK Morris, who's got Corey Ricker right on the back of the driver of the High Voltage machine. Derek took all the helmet pictures with him, so I believe that's Steve Madden, if I'm not mistaken, with that helmet. Yes, it is. So Steve Madden and MK Morris battling it out back there in turn 5. The teams have additional communication this year with the race director via chat. So that's one of the things we're monitoring up here in the booth, is how that correspondence is going. So teams have an opportunity to complain about calls or any kind of positions via text this time. Oh, Corey's going to take another quick look, but that's not going to take the position. And we now are ready to go back down to Derek for another interview.
Thanks, James. And I'm trackside now with a representative from last year's champions of the 12 Hours of Canton, Armand Deligny, joining me trackside. You just came off your stint. How was it going out there?
It's going good. Track's rubbing in pretty good. There's a lot of clean lines, clean racing out there, which is a lot of fun. So
I was just paying attention to the leaderboard. You're currently sitting in the number 2 spot behind Team FLBR, who qualified in the number 1 position. What are you going to have to do as a team to get yourselves back in the position that you were last year?
It's all about staying clean right now, because I mean we saw FLBR made a mistake earlier. So if we can capitalize on those mistakes and continue to catch up, we should be in a good position.
Excellent, excellent. You yourself, from France, can you tell us about your trip to getting here?
To getting here in Ohio? So I moved in Ohio in 2004. Dad worked for Timken, so transferred over here. I've been here ever since and enjoying some karting in the area.
Okay, so how old were you when you moved over here?
I was between 12 and 13, I think.
How hard of an adjustment was that for you coming in as a teenager, essentially?
Right, I mean, language barrier first. I mean, you got to learn the English language, but I feel like I've adapted pretty good to that. But challenge just getting into school, but I mean, after 6 months to a year, it's pretty easy afterwards.
All right. Well, it's good to know all of our drivers' backgrounds. And karting, is that your primary discipline as well?
It is, yep. Karting and volleyball. We do a lot of volleyball on the side.
All right. Well, glad to be trackside here for the 2nd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and Ohio Drone Racing. What are your thoughts, Armand? Are you guys going to back up what you did last year?
I hope so. That's the plan.
All right. Who's helping you guys out and getting you to the races this year?
Sponsors. Oh, yes, we got lots of sponsors. Big shout out to Delightful Victory. We got Racing with Rachel. We got a ton of sponsors this year, so super excited.
Right on. Thanks, Armand, for joining us here trackside, and back up to you, James, in the box.
Thanks, Derek.
Good to see Armand Deligny here racing today. He's a regular at K1 Speed and a regular champion. As you watch continuing track action with Marshall Miller and Team Felber, who is making the move, trying to make up that lap. And we are missing our scoreboard over there on the left-hand side. Now we're on board with Steve Madden, Team High Voltage. We had a message regarding the contest entry. If you guys are accessing it on a mobile device, we are aware of an issue where you can't see the submit button. Do us a favor, hop on a desktop computer. You will be able to enter that way temporarily. We will try to fix that and apologize for the technical problem. Some of our last lap times from the leaders. green, now setting 25.6. That machine piloted by Marshall right now. And some of the other ones now in the 25.7 on the high voltage teams, and otherwise in the low 26s. So race pace is right in there with what we saw with qualifying times and most of the other team practices. Marshall's going to take a look at the inside. He's going to get a clear move on Steve and make that spot. Marshall really working his way through the field. As we watch a replay now, he took a quick look on the inside, but there wasn't enough space. Both of those guys making a move into turn one, and Marshall being wise with his decisions to make sure he didn't push anybody else to the side there. But high voltage is going to be right on his tail. One of the things that you can do on an indoor go-kart or any track really is follow the leader. So now if you got a faster guy in front of you, there's a good chance your lap times can come down. We'll keep an eye on that for high voltage and see what happens. As we're going to send it back down to Derek for another interview with one of our drivers.
And I'm now standing trackside with Matthew Bieber, the crew chief for Team Redline Racing. Your job isn't even behind the wheel today.
No, it's not. It's to manage the batteries, make sure we're doing clean pit stops, and keep focused on, trying to do the best we can.
And how did you get involved into being into this position and not out there on the track?
So I come here probably 2 or 3 times a week, and I race. I'm not the fastest. I'm a little bit bigger, so my lap times aren't the greatest, but I'm friends with everybody on our team. So I really wanted to just be involved this year. And
You're try the backbone behind the whole team.
Yeah, trying to make sure, we're, keep working at it, but really excited to do this year and be involved.
So you are the one that's then managing when your team comes in to do the pits. Are you also the one that is electing who is going on the track next, or is that all up to the team?
No, that I'm the one that's managing everything. So, whoever's going to run stints, the first few laps, we were doing, the first few stints, we're going to do, everybody's going to chance. Then, we got to keep nailing it down to who's keep running the fastest, So, yeah, we're managing everything, the pit. But yeah, we're making sure to keep our drivers ready.
Any other strategies involved for Team Redline Racing?
So main strategy is, we're trying to go long, so that way we get the pit cycle. So that way, we might have to not pit as much as the other teams.
Okay, that being said, were you in attendance last year for the 12 hours?
I was. On full focus. I wasn't really the main crew chief, but the last 6 hours after work, I was on the computer doing the same thing I was doing this year. But this year I have a little bit more power. So
excellent. So you last year had a chance to take some notes. Mm-hmm. Did you utilize those notes you took from last year in putting together a winning team for this year?
Yeah, we definitely did. Last year we were really slow on the pit stops, had tons of drive-through penalties. In the first 10 or 15 laps of the race last year, we had a radio fall off and fall under our carts.
Oh no.
So yeah, we lost 2 or 3 laps, or maybe even more than that. This year we've ran really good, only 1 drive-through penalty, so that's our mulligan for the day, and we're going to try to keep it clean the rest of the race.
So Team Redline Racing, you being the crew chief, we have not seen any mistakes so far with the pit stalls like we have seen from Team High Voltage that ended up, or excuse me, not Team High Voltage, another one of our teams that ended up stranded out there trackside. That wasn't you guys.
No, we have not had an issue with our carts dying at all. Just 1 drive-through penalty, just ran through the box a little bit too far, but we're looking at, we're going to try to keep it moving and look past that.
Well, I'll let you get back to work. Your hands are very, very busy today. Matthew Bieber, Team Redline Racing crew chief, helping us out today.
Thanks, Derek. It's kind of cool to see another person on the sidelines just doing nothing but managing the team. I know several teams have that, but in the past, not necessarily the case. You've had usually one of the other drivers, or one of the drivers is designated as the team manager. It was good to see Matt in that role. You've now got on track Corey Salerno, who is leading it for Team Supersonic. Double Motorsports up there, back in the lead. The thing I'm checking on now is to see whether where their pit stop strategies lie, so we can figure out where they are in the mix. All 3 cars battling it hard into turn 3. Is Corey going to have any room? He's going to turn a little bit and allow Marshall to go by in turn 4. Oh, Team High Voltage, Steve is going to take a little bit of a look to make sure that Corey doesn't take that position from him, and he's going to maintain the outside of the carousel as they come back to the start-finish line. Technically, it is a battle for position, even though they are one lap down, as we had that interview with Nate explaining some of their difficulties early on in the race. Oh, as Team High Voltage is now going to send it into the pits. Be ready for a driver swap. Drivers this year wearing ankle bracelets with their timing and scoring on them. They are allocated 3 per team, and so one of the things they need to keep in mind, we got 2 drivers in the stop box. We get the okay from both of them. Clean stop boxes mean that you don't pass that white line that you see on there. So anyway, just add to the complexity of what these teams are dealing with. They're managing batteries and so forth, what we already talked about, but they're also in charge of getting that roll hoop sock on their car, and they're also in charge of maintaining that transponder. So keeping in mind that if for some reason you don't go out with a transponder, your laps are not going to count. So a little bit of added complexity to indoor go-kart racing that you don't normally see, where the timing and scoring is usually attached to the car itself. And I believe we're going to see the white helmet of Andrew back on track for Team High Voltage, Jacob Andrews. Again, I apologize for not having the sheet in front of me. Some of the new drivers, I'm learning what their helmet colors are. As we now see, I believe that was Felber. Yep, that is Marshall, who now dove into the pits in the number 10. He'll swap off with one of the twins, have them take their spot again. The pit stop box there does have plenty of room for the car front and back. You don't have to run it all the way to the front. We're going to follow along with another onboard 4. I'm so afraid of calling him Cash instead of Roman. I didn't see the helmet before they jumped in, so let's wait just a minute to find out which one that is. And I believe that's going to be Roman back out on track in the number 5. At this point, we still have a lot of cars that are still considered cold, I believe. I don't think we've cycled through the entire fleet yet, but most of the time you're out lap. You're looking at 1 to 2 laps to get your car up to temperature as well as your tires. Let's see where that sorts out FLBR after that driver swap. They're a little off of the pit routine from Supersonic in the Cyan, as he struggles to keep that machine underneath him. It's a little bit of a challenge, making sure that the rear end doesn't slide around on turn number 5. And you're now watching the blue of Corey Salerno in the number 4. Well, I called it blue, but it's actually cyan. I was waiting for Derek to come up and correct me so that I say cyan correctly. That's an impressive pace so far from FLBR Motorsports in order to regain that lap that they had lost. They're now scored in second after their pit stop, with Team Salins holding number 3 with High Voltage on the same lap. All right, guys, stand by with us. We're going to be back in just a few moments here at K1 Speed Canton for the 12 hours.
We are riding on board with Jacob Andrew with Team High Voltage, and he is sitting back there in the number 3 position, currently about 2 laps off of the mark of Team Supersonic, who has found themselves on top of the leaderboard after a drive-through penalty has been assessed to Felber Motorsport, and they have slipped back to the number 2 position, but they're running about 1/10 of a second faster every lap, and that adds up, especially whenever you get some of their more experienced drivers in the hot seat, i.e. Mr. Miller. And not to say that any of their drivers are inexperienced, as both of the twins are extremely fast behind the wheel representing Team Felber Racing. And currently we've got Cash Felber running out there on the race course for Felber Racing. And we've talked about that. Some of these younger drivers may not respect some of the other racers on the race course, as we've seen Cash get a little bit aggressive as well into the Nunnamakers. I believe that was Will. No, check that. Wayne out there on the race course for Team Salem, but we're sitting on board with Felber Motorsport, Cash Felber, and I believe he sits in the number 2 spot on the race course, trying to maintain distance with Supersonic, but checking back in with timing and scoring, showing Felber up front, actually, over Supersonic now. So we got Cash Felber leading over Team Supersonic. Yeah, that is correct, as I thought it was the other way around, but I was entirely mistaken. So Cash Felber, 25.5 second lap times. Those are blistering fast, and they're consistent. And the Felbers, they're able to do that because it's a team of young drivers, and you got to think the young drivers a little bit lighter in the chassis are able to whip these karts around and keep them nimble. As we're seeing best lap time, 25.3 from Felber Motorsports. That is absolutely lightning fast in the previous lap of 25.5. So consistency is very good for Felber Motorsports. We're also seeing High Voltage in the 25.5 second lap range as well. That's 253 laps completed by our leader, Team Supersonic, in the number 2 spot with 252 laps completed in High Voltage, and Redline Racing tied with 251 laps last time through. So Redline Racing also dropping their times down into the 25.5 second range, as we're back on board with Cash Felber with Felber Motorsport. He only started racing about a year ago, and the experience level of these young racers, and they have a lot more availability to get behind the wheel sooner than ever, especially with sim racing, as they don't have to come here to K1 Speed to get experience racing behind the wheel. Excuse me, a lot of the sim racing rigs that we have available now to the public gives a very realistic representation of real track conditions. The force feedback that the wheels give on those sim racing rigs is very realistic, and it kind of trains the driver's arms to feel a certain way whenever they get out of their rigs. So whenever they get behind the wheel of a kart, like we see now, they're able to transition those skills onto the race course, and we see Felber Motorsport excelling as they're pulling away. 25.367 we see as their best lap, and we'll probably see their last lap time next time by. 25.5 essentially for Felber Motorsport. Just consistent lap times, and they are extending that advantage. Looking down, 255 laps. They're about 2 laps ahead now of Supersonic. They're just pulling away every single time. A half a second nearly separates the best lap from Felber and Supersonic. So that is huge when it's over. And every lap, Supersonic is about a half a second off of Team Felber's mark. So that just adds up along the way. Looks like Corey Ricker possibly piloting for MK Morse. It's a 2022 inaugural Endurance Series 3rd place overall driver. So that is a very impressive resume for Mr. Corey Ricker, as we currently see Team MK Morris running in the number 5 position. They're about 3 laps off of the mark of Felber. And last year, Corey Ricker was a representative of Team Talladega, and they were running in they finished in the number 3 position. So that was a great finish for Talladega, as he is really applying the pressure now on Team Supersonic. And we've got Rachel Hart from Team Supersonic currently out there on the race course, as we've seen Team Supersonic with a little bit of a different strategy. Seems like they give a couple of their drivers the first 2 hours, then they take a 2-hour break, then they give another 2-hour stint, and then another 2-hour break. And currently we've got Rachel Hart out there on the race course for Team Supersonic. And a little bit behind that driver, Rachel's journey in motorsports began at the age of 6 with motocross. Seems like we always go back to motocross, as we've got a couple of drivers out there originally getting started behind the handlebars, and now they're behind the wheel/yoke of these machines. But she transitioned into karting about 4 years ago, and since she started karting, she's made a bold statement in local racing series, boasting an array of podium finishes over the past years, notable race finishes in the 2023, including the 12-hour of Canton champion team. She's also qualified for the K1 Speed National Championship for 2 consecutive years, and she finished within the top 20 last year. As we have just seen Team Redline Racing making their way in the pits. Team Redline Racing making their way in the pits. I believe it was Savannah Weber. Yes, Savannah Weber coming in the pits from Team Redline Racing. She raced the 12-hour last year, and she is the youngest and fastest female, and she is the state champion. So a great resume as well for Miss Savannah Weber. Curious to see, aggressive move from Team MK Morris, as they will be coming in the pit after that aggressive move on Rachel Hart. I believe that may have been a penalty assessed. As I've seen 2 getting held up by the pilot of Team MK Morris, Corey Ricker, piloting that machine. As we see there in the background, a Team Downhill Burrito driver making his way in the pits as well. And looking at the time, 2:36 p.m. is the time here in North Canton. And once again, this is Derek Everett reporting for Competition Karting at the 2nd annual 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair, as we are now on board with Giovanni Blackerby with Team Downhill Burrito Racing. We've seen Giovanni out there earlier. I believe he was the opening driver for Team Downhill Burrito Racing, and just a little bit more on that driver. He's got 2 years of karting experience, and he was the 2022 High Voltage Winner Junior Series champion. So he's got some experience in the kart, and he is trying to set his head down and improve the lap times, as he's got a pretty good resume being the champion in 2022. And in 2023, at the Exhibition of Speed, he was a participant in that, and he was also the 2023 K1 Speed Junior Challenge GP winner. So he has a lot of experience, and he's also very competitive sim racer, is Giovanni Blackerby. So we'll see if that sim racing experience is going to come into effect, as he's getting some pressure from Mr. Nunemaker, Wayne Nunemaker, and Giovanni Blackerby really duking it out there. That's just for track position, as we see Team Salem running in the number 4 position and Downhill Burrito in 7th. And Team Salem's has been really consistent through these 12-hour races. Last year they finished in the number 4 position. They're currently sitting in the number 4 position. They qualified in the number 4 position. Team Salem's looking pretty good for a solid finish this year, and I never knew what Salem's was before coming to the 12 Hours of Canton last year. And since then, I have seen Salem's footlong hot dogs available at Walmart. So if you have not got yourself a Salem's hot dog, definitely check those out. They were a summertime favorite last year in the household, and I'm sure we'll be getting some this year. So definitely check those out. As we're back on board with Giovanni Blackerby, still setting his sights on Team Salins and Wayne Nunamaker. Again, that is just a battle for track position, as there is a couple of positions separating those two drivers. Salins completing 267 laps, and Giovanni Blackerby around the 264 lap mark. There's about 2 or 3 laps that separate those two drivers. So we'll see if Blackerby is able to reel in the more experienced Nunamaker. As they started out, the Nunamakers, they started out racing big wheels, and they progressed into racing SCCA and the Green American, the IMSA, Champ Cars, American Endurance Racing, and now they're here racing go-karts. So they've made the full circle from big wheels to big cars back to small carts. And the brothers started racing big wheels at age 6, and they progressed into racing cars, with their first race car being a Volkswagen Golf, a very attainable race car for a lot of folks to have as their first car that they may keep after their first car and modify it. But looking there, we see Rachel Hart going up the inside, bringing Team Redline Racing with her. Redline Racing really applying the pressure on Rachel Hart, and that is a battle for track position, not race position, as Redline Racing in 5th, Supersonic in 2nd, but Supersonic is really feeling the pressure from Redline Racing, as currently for Redline Racing, that is Mitch Shannon. Competed in last year's 12 Hours of Canton, and he competes in autocross and 2 seasons of sim racing on iRacing and Gran Turismo. So like I mentioned, sim racing is really the start for a lot of these drivers getting behind the steering wheel and or yoke of their machine. And it's definitely having an effect on their skill level when it comes to actually being behind the wheel. Back on board with Team High Voltage, Jacob Andrew. He was the driver that kicked off Team High Voltage, and he's putting some pressure on Team Redline Racing. Team High Voltage sitting in 3rd place currently on the race course. They are 2 laps off of the mark behind Felber Motorsport. But in my opinion, Team High Voltage is the team to look out for, because their lap times are extremely competitive versus those of Felber Motorsports. And Team High Voltage, they finished in the number 2 position, if I'm not mistaken, last year, ahead of Talladega and behind Supersonic. So they are a very competitive team that we should see on the box when the 12 hours is concluded. And now looking back on the race course, still on board with Jacob Andrew, as he is applying the pressure on Rachel Hart, who is applying the pressure on a member of the Purple Squad. Whoa, aggressive driving nature as a driver from Team Ohio Drone Repair getting pushed wide. And I believe that may be Jeff Huber. Perhaps Jeff Huber from Ohio Drone Repair right there front and center. Back on board with Cash Felber, who is sitting behind this battle, which would be between Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic. That battle has not concluded, as High Voltage going up the inside of Supersonic, and High Voltage making a track position advancement over Supersonic. So High Voltage still hanging on to the number 3 position, but that pass puts them ahead of Supersonic and able to get that lap hopefully back at some point in time. And if and when they do, High Voltage does make their way back around, they will be battling for the number 2 position. So that was a statement maneuver from Team High Voltage, making the pass on Supersonic. Jacob Andrew piloting Team High Voltage's kart, making that pass in a demanding fashion. And Team Felber also following them through. So Felber now sitting just behind Team High Voltage. That would put High Voltage an additional lap down. So currently they're 2 laps down. That'd put them 3 laps down if Cash is able to pass High Voltage. So I just mentioned a statement pass from High Voltage on Supersonic. That would be an extremely statement pass from Felber, as they have experienced and suffered multiple penalties already, and they have that 1 point already addressed to the team. Get 2 team points and you're done, I believe. maybe 2 driver points, but definitely a point has been assessed to Felber Motorsport. So the eyes in the skies are watching the green roll bar covers as Cash Felber did not take much time to reel in High Voltage. And looking at the lap times, last lap, 25.297 for Felber Motorsport. That is their fastest lap of the event that just got done. Wow, Felber Motorsport is really on a tear in this one as they are on the rear bumper of Team High Voltage to put them an additional lap down, which would put them 3 laps down when it's all said and done. So Team High Voltage doesn't want to give it up to the kids. It's a bunch of kids for Felber Motorsport representing the squad. Just behind that duo, we have Wayne Nunemaker with Team Salins still running in the number 4 position ahead of Redline Racing with the White Hoods. Again, this is just as they are running according to timing and scoring. This is not as they are running on the race course. As they are run on the race course, we see the battle between High Voltage and Felber right there on board with Felber, attempting to put High Voltage an additional lap down. Jacob Andrew, the low 206 driver and the X30 senior competitor, trying to keep the kid at bay. Those 2 drivers have put a couple of car lengths between them and Wayne. Great footage brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair for helping us out with the drone coverage for the 2024 running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Also got some great footage from our camera crew as we see this great battle. This isn't, we see Team High Voltage coming in the pits and looking at some telemetry. Team High Voltage, that is, I believe, cart number 8 coming in. 34% is the state of charge on that particular, 13. So yeah, it was getting pretty low and pretty hot. Cart number 13 for Team High Voltage. So they will come into the pits and give up an additional position, additional lap to Felber. So High Voltage, there they go. They go that lap down. Felber Motorsports, Cash Felber, we've seen him get a little loose right there just after the start-finish line switchback. So looking at the clock, 2:47 p.m., we are 2 hours and 15 minutes of racing completed, and I believe the window has expired for the giveaway. We'll have that winner momentarily, said Mr. James, as he has just joined me back up here in the box. Thanks for joining us for the 2nd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, Bubba's 33, Ohio Drone Repair, BTX Sports Apparel, Track First, Visit Canton, and Mortimer and Ferris Outfitters, as well as Race with Rachel. Picking back up with this battle on course, we have once again Team High Voltage and Team Felber going up the inside. Aggressive move on Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage still with some cold tires on that fresh cart as they were just in the pits a moment ago, exchanging carts, exchanging drivers, and now out there for Team High Voltage, that is Nate Groh. We talked to Nate Groh. We see the green cart coming into the pits right now, so that is Felber coming in the pits, so they may give up a position during this pit stop. Not a position, they'll give up a lap during this pit stop. It looks like they are not addressing any penalties. They're just coming in for a cart exchange, perhaps. whenever you do get a chance, James, I want to get your inside thought on cart number 26, that dirty cart that was giving us the warnings. Has there been any information, updates on that particular cart? I know we are monitoring the telemetry of them up here in the box, but has that particular cart been mended?
Well, so not necessarily. Let's check into the telemetry first before I give you an answer, because it did run for a significant portion of a stint. Let me make sure I look at the time that it ran. Let's see. 36. Yeah, they were able to run that car for about 20 minutes. So
that's pretty on par then.
It is back in the pits. It is currently charging. Unfortunately, that's one of those issues with the misreading of the information, but to my knowledge, the team has not run into a problem with that particular car.
Okay. And I just happened to refresh my feed on the battery telemetry, and one thing we were talking about is the battery health. And one thing I am extremely noticing is the temperature of the packs. They are getting hotter and hotter. Are the battery packs, and they're exceeding 30, 40 degrees Celsius right now.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be an issue, and that's why the teams you'll see are our crew chiefs down there at the bottom, or down in some of our shots, using fans to try to keep air going over top of these batteries. In addition to that, they've also got some spare batteries that are sitting over there in the pits that are going to be swapped out of the cars. We're going to all kinds of extents to try to make this race last 12 hours.
I know that we talked about it last year with the tire pressures. They go up quite a bit.
Yeah, we're looking at the telemetry now. We're like red across the board, but that's because our telemetry is set for cold temperatures and not necessarily race conditions. So
you actually have tire pressure sensors.
We do
on board with these cars now.
I guess I should have mentioned that because that's kind of important, right? So yeah, each tire on each car has TPMS sensors. They're small little Bluetooth devices that go back to a computer in the pits, and yeah, real-time telemetry there as well.
That's new since last year's 12-hour.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we'd had them for a while, and I just kind of forgot that was not used last year. So
I remember asking you. That was one of my points of conversation last year, was how much the tire pressure goes up.
Now that you mention it, yes, do remember that now. So yeah, happy to have that. Again, that's another technology brought to us by Ability Business. Can't thank them enough for the technology that they bring to indoor go-karting, which seems a little ironic, but we're happy to have it.
And we talked about it in the pre-race show that this may seem like a very niche thing, indoor electric endurance go-kart racing.
It is.
But that being said, there are so many questions that this sport answers.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like, it answers how these battery packs
as we look
last.
At Downhill Burrito mixing it up with Felber Motorsports down there.
Because some of these drivers may have remote control cars back at home that only have one battery pack, and they take that one battery pack and they put it back on the charger and they recycle that same battery pack over and over and over again, and it definitely has an effect on their state of charge.
Yeah, it does. Not only from number of cycles, but also a balance, which we'll have to get into as well in these cars. But yeah, a battery is a battery. So storage of information or storage of electrons is pretty much the principles apply across whether you're driving an electric go-kart or whether you're driving a Tesla or you're operating a small toy or electronic.
I will give you a couple of seconds to finish.
Oh, this is going to be a drive-through penalty for Felber.
Oh, this could be huge for Felber Motorsport, as they were lightning in a bottle today, and they had about a lap on Supersonic before that penalty, and that may be huge to allow Team Supersonic to regain that competitive edge, as now Felber Motorsport 300 laps completed, Supersonic 299, High Voltage 298, Redline Racing 298, Salen's 297, and MK Morris is 297 as well.
So we're checking the chat now, and came out from race control that there were too many people in the pit area, so only your driver on deck is allowed to be occupying that space, and they gave a warning that said everybody needs to clear out of that space, and because they didn't, Felber, Supersonic, and Ohio Drone all serve drive-through penalties.
There we see Team Supersonic and David Pons coming into the pits for Team Supersonic. He was once again member of Team Talladega last year, making the team change from what would now be known as Team MK Morse Racing to be with Team Supersonic, and he has had to address a penalty. He had to do a drive-through penalty, so I wonder what reasoning behind that was for Supersonic?
Well, Supersonic was part of the one where the too many drivers in the pit lane, I believe, because that warning went out about 15 minutes ago, and he now assessed that penalty to everybody. They need to stay outside the doors, and only the driver on deck is allowed to be in the area of the staging.
All right, so this is definitely throwing a wrench in it, as we have Felber Motorsports with 303 laps, High Voltage 301 laps, Redline Racing has 301 laps, Supersonic has 301 laps. So it is a total toss-up, but definitely Felber Motorsport with consistent 25-second laps is looking pretty good here today, as we have 9.5 hours plus of racing remaining for the second annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
It has been intense, but we have to take a moment to talk about the giveaway. We have a winner for our first round. Sorry, we're late a few minutes here, guys. We'll get this back on schedule for you. We have Rachel Light. Congratulations to Rachel Light. You are the winner of our DJI drone, courtesy of Ohio Drone Repair. Thank you guys for that.
Vanna White here.
Rachel, we need to have you send an email, and we will get that address for you, so make sure we get in contact with you and get you out this drone.
Next prize we are going to be giving away while we still have the cameras on us up here in the box. This thing right here.
It's actually a whole host of stuff. This is one of the pieces in the giveaway for Primal Life.
Okay.
And the next keyword you're looking for is 12hoursofcanton.com/Sebring. The almighty Sebring track.
Is that live, or do you still have to hit the...
That is live, yeah.
Okay.
And we did fix the mobile version, so those of you who are on mobile devices, you should now have the submit button. Apologies for that earlier inconvenience. That's 12 Hours of Canton, the number 12/Sebring, Sebring.
Very good. And with that, I would like to turn it back over to a word from our sponsors, as we just see Team Redline Racing coming into the pits, addressing a pit stop. Not sure if that is going to be a penalty or if that will be a scheduled pit stop, but we'll find out more information after a word from our sponsors. I believe he's the pilot out there on the race course.
Yes, we do have. Well, no, that's David Pons.
That's
right
Ponzi
now.
right there for Supersonic. So a member of Talladega last year, could have been MK Morse this year, decided to change teams to go over to Supersonic to be the fourth member of their squad.
I think they were the first ones to recruit him. I think that's how he ended up on their team.
So I was wondering how that all came about. Did Marshall Miller step on some of the toes from Team Supersonic and they booted him, or did he voluntarily walk out?
No, I think Felber recruited him as well. So I think the teams went after the drivers that they wanted and pulled them away from the other teams. So, I don't know that there was any bad blood as far as Marshall goes in his ex-team, and same with David. It's just that the teams, wanted to pull in the drivers that they saw were running the fastest laps. David goes on the inside of MK Morse and PJ piloting the number 31 right now.
Another thing I noticed
number 3, sorry,
since last year is there a different hood on the karts versus last year, or are these the same hoods as last year?
These are the exact same ones that my mom made last year.
I was referring to the hood on the karts themselves.
Oh, yeah, they call them the Nassau panels.
Okay.
But yeah, that is correct. So that is in preparation for combat karting, which is coming here next month. We were going to have that rolled out a little earlier, but it looks like it got delayed because of some technical issues with it. But yeah, that'll be rolling out. So combat karting is it's like real life Mario Kart.
Okay.
Look down on the wheel. So you're on board with Roman Felber. You can see some of the buttons on the steering wheel there.
I was going to ask about the yokes.
One of those buttons is going to be the fire button. One of them is the shield button, and then the other one is going to be a super secret weapon. And so, like in this case, where Roman is following behind, following behind PJ right now, as long as he's lined up the front of his car to the back of his car, he'll be able to shoot him and then slow him down and try to pass him.
Koopa Shell.
Yeah, exactly. So
got it.
It's a gamification of go-karting. It's a fun thing to do when we get that up and running.
So have you experimented yourself with the combat karting?
Oh yeah, lots of testing, lots of evaluation. Met the company up in Michigan who designed and developed it, and we signed on board very early. We're one of the first few centers to get it. And it's going to be an up-and-coming thing as far as indoor electric go-karting, just to encourage the family-friendly atmosphere that we have to offer. Maybe if they're coming, families are coming for not necessarily as competitive of racing, they just want to come and have fun, that game is going to be perfect for them.
Absolutely. That would be a blast. And is there a limit to the number of karts that can be on track?
We're still going to limit it to 10 to 12.
Okay.
We try to keep it so that you got a little bit of space. But the interesting thing about it is that it makes less of a difference because of the speed you run for combat. A little bit slower speed, and also more interaction as far as speed up, slow down, and all that kind of stuff.
I could also potentially see a battle, a K1 speed battle.
Yeah.
Going in, not necessarily a race, but take all the bumpers away and open the whole floor up for battle karting. Not bumper karting, battle karting.
Right. It's kind of like that. So it's the closest thing we'll ever have to it. Roman Felber all over the tail of PJ Mannypenny, even though Team MK Morris is a lap or two down, but he's still taking a look.
And looking at it, MK Morris 330, Felber 333. So there's about a 3-lap separation from those two teams, maybe going to be 4 laps if and when Felber is able to make the move. And we're currently looking at kart number 3. That is being piloted by Mannypenny.
Now, we were right before the break, we talked about the drive-through penalty. Is Roman going to look on the inside? Yeah. PJ's going to give him space. All right, so
it's just a matter of time if and when Mannypenny will be coming in the pits, because he is showing a 18% state of charge at 52 degrees with the lowest cell reading. I don't have that in front of me, but I do see the PAX reading 44.4 volts, so that may be a little bit lower than its optimal running conditions.
We were trying to run a tracker so we could tell when these guys pits. We're still working on that, so we can tell you exactly how long it's been since they pitted, but
we should see Mannypenny make his way in the pits in just a few moments, and then make his way to the paddock to reconvene with his team to see how he did out there and where they currently stack up. And we can see where he stacks up. Team MK Morris running in the number 4 position. Best lap time, 25.555. Not quite as blistering of a pace as Felber with the 25.297. I remember when little Felber set that lap time. I believe it was his brother that was behind the wheel that time. I believe it was Cash that was behind the wheel for Team Felber whenever they set that fast lap time. I seen Marshall down in the pits. I was going to have an interview with him before I made my way back up here in the box, and Marshall was checking out the lap times of his teammates, and he was stoked that they were 25.5, 25.6.
They're at blistering pace. There we go. We're looking at Felber's. Their dad, their driver coach, and team strategist.
We may have to get him in for a word to see a little bit of strategy from Team Felber, as we see Felber going back to work on downhill burrito. Roman Felber on board, going after a representative from Team Downhill Burrito Racing.
And Roman looks on the inside. I believe that was Leighton, who he just passed, making more headway on the field. So we talked early on about their penalty, and yeah, that is Leighton.
Yep.
And they have made back all that ground. That's the nice thing about having such a long race.
You are more familiar with a lot of these drivers at a glance because you've seen them practice here. You kind of have a better idea of what their helmet looks like, and you kind of know a little bit more than I do. But if you were to take me to a racetrack and put everybody in their gear and put goggles on them, I could tell you exactly who they are.
Oh, I'm sure you could.
If we take their helmets off, I can't tell you who they are.
Yeah, I'm sure you could handle it.
You don't even have to be on their bikes.
But that's what you do all day, and this is what I get to do all day, so...
That's what I do on the weekends.
Oh.
I'm a surveyor.
That's true. I'm sorry. I forgot.
There we see Mannypenny coming into the pits for his pit.
Took his foot off the throttle a little early there. There's a pit lane device that automatically slows that car down, but it does allow you to keep in the throttle the whole time, and then it electronically slows you down. It looks like he let his throttle off and it slowed down at the same time. So.
you don't have to let off the throttle when you come into the pits. You can keep the pedal down.
Correct.
Okay.
The speed was adjusted and tested so that they could hit that straightaway with all the way to the floor and then have it slow completely down before they made the right-hand turn.
So just a little bit. We've seen drivers assess penalties from the pit boxes. We've seen drivers assess penalties from too many men in the driver staging area. What else are these drivers susceptible to receiving a potential penalty?
Reckless driving, unprofessional, sportsmanlike conduct, that kind of thing. Did you say blowing the stop box? Is that what you said?
I did mention that.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the primary things. I mean, you could, when you do your driver swap, you also got to make sure you have your roll hoop cover on. Tell me the two that you mentioned. I'm sorry, I forgot them, so I don't cover them again.
It was the drive-through and
penalty or points, I guess.
I totally forget the other one.
All right.
What about the helmet visor? When does that have to be set? When can it come up?
The visor needs to be down before they leave the pits. Also, before they launch the car after a driver swap, seatbelts have to be fastened and adjusted. That was a big point of contention this year during rehearsals and practice, is what constituted a adjusted or a tightened seatbelt. So we actually have added a new person to the team this year who is specifically watching teams and seatbelts so that we ensure safe launches from the pits. And ultimately what it comes down to is just a simple philosophy of after you buckle the safety belt, you have to pull on all four straps, both 2 across your waist and 2 across your shoulder straps, to at least make an attempt to secure your body in the car before you launch.
I did happen to witness some of that last year, so I can testify that being a point of contention. I did see some drivers moving their carts while they still had their hands on their belts, pulling them down and adjusting them, and I'm like,
well, and we also, as we ride along with high voltage, we saw them as probably the ones who adapted to that the best, as far as getting in the car, pulling on those shoulder belt straps, and launching. And I think their pit times were cut down as the 12 hours went on, as we're flying on board this awesome drone shot. I can't stop talking about how cool these shots are. High Voltage did a good job of adapting to that strategy last year, so we wanted to tighten that up a little bit. My concern with us being a public arrive and drive facility is we don't want to convey to our audience that this is not about safety or we're trying to operate in an unsafe environment. Seatbelts are an integral part of these go-karts, and the teams, as fast as they want to get out of the pits, they still need to make sure they're buckled in before they're allowed to leave.
I'll see if we can get the drone camera on the battle that I will see coming up very soon. Felber Motorsport behind Team Supersonic once again. And if Team Felber can catch the rear bumper of Team Supersonic, then that would put Supersonic an additional lap down. So that will put them back to 3 laps behind. There we are seeing Team Felber about a half a straightaway behind Supersonic, being piloted by David Pons. And Pons trying to catch the number on his cart, trying to catch the number on both of these carts to see about when.
Number 28. Yeah.
For Pons.
Just to try to pull up their battery telemetry for them.
Exactly. Yeah. And also trying to pull up the telemetry of Felber's 18 and 28.
Felber Motorsport just so far putting on a speed clinic.
So looking at the just state of charge, for example, we have Felber needing to pit prior to Supersonic, and their temperatures would also agree to that. Their temperatures are within the same margin, but their state of charge is a little bit more exceeded from.
So you're looking at car 28, right? Who's Supersonic?
Supersonic is 28.
Yep. All right. So they're sitting at 54 degrees. They've got plenty of room to go. And then what's the other car number we're looking at?
18.
18.
It was 51, turning 52 degrees currently.
Yep. So on the telemetry, that's orange, and it's just to show a representation of like it's warm, but it's certainly not in the danger zone yet.
There's some headroom yet to go.
Yeah, 75 is the shutoff point. I always tell people, like, if you deal with batteries and you see us like flirting around with 60-degree temperatures, you think we're insane. But it's the environment we're given, so we run with it.
So I do watch, like I've mentioned a whole bunch of times, I do watch a lot of YouTube and a lot of tech YouTube as well. And another YouTube channel I follow is Linus Media Group, Linus Tech Tips, and he talks a lot about
how hot a lot of computer components can run in thermothrottling. 100 degrees C, that's hot.
It is.
You don't want things to get that hot.
Just watching this battle on track between Supersonics and Redline Racing. I believe we have Stack in the machine of the 24 right now, giving him the beans, as you say.
Oh, shutting the door back on Team Redline Racing, and now Pons trying to
Getting
go
in the
by
mix.
Redline as
they're all going to go into turn 4 side by side, and round 5 in the back and head back.
25 kart being piloted by Team High Voltage, and that's a fresh machine. So 2 not so fresh machines.
Ran really wide. Pons is going to be on the inside of Zach now, and now going to put himself in between the two teams.
Something is going on in that first turn. We see yellow flag, yellow kart, or excuse me, the competition kart is.
Yep, we're going to have safety car on track. All right. Yes, officially yellow flag.
Reasoning?
We're not sure yet.
Okay. We'll get more information on.
As he's trying to pick up the leader. Car number 27, my favorite car, or my favorite number, was chosen as the pace car, and it continues to this day to hold the 12 Hours of Canton livery.
And we will get some more information on this yellow flag after a word from our sponsors.
We're running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
And we just had all right. We had a short yellow there, but we are now back to green flag racing as Feldman Motorsports dip back into the pits immediately, leaving Leighton to lead the field, even though they're down in number 7 position with 351 laps on the board. Leighton gets to see what it feels like to have the entire fleet on your tail. Marshall Miller now back in the car for FLBR Motorsports. We'll keep it live here for green flag action. You guys stick around. Remember, 12hoursofcanton.com/Sebring to enter our next round of giveaways presented by Primal Life. Thanks for being a part, guys. We appreciate you being here.
James, up here in the box, we see all kinds of aggressive racing out there on the race course between the Brown team, Team Downhill Burrito, Team MK Morris.
Oh, they're really giving him the push.
And Team High Voltage.
Will Nonamaker with his hand up in the air. What is going on? Some of these teams not even battling for position, just track space, as they're really giving Leighton a hard time. And
yeah, Will Nonamaker is very displeased with what is going on out there on the race course, and now Nonamaker getting some pressure from what would be, I believe, Team High Voltage. Team Salem some pressure. So in this group, Team Downhill Burrito is running in the number 7 position. Team MK Morse is running in the number 4 position. Team Salem is running in the number 6 position, and Team High Voltage is running in the number 3 position. So drivers and teams all over the board in that group of 4, as High Voltage has finally made the move on Team Salem, which would put him...
Yeah, so some of the 2 most veteran teams out here on track right now, just nose to tail, battling it out, even though it's not for the same lap.
Right, they are about 6 laps. No, not quite 6 laps. 3 laps separate those 2 teams, Salem's and High Voltage. But back up to Team Downhill Burrito and Team MK Morse. In Downhill Burrito, Team MK Morse, I believe that is Katie, if I'm not mistaken, out on course for Team MK Morse.
Once we check overhead, I'll be able to tell from her helmet again.
No, check that. That's Tyler Koval for
Tyler.
MK Morse, as he is really applying the pressure on Team Downhill Burrito, who is being piloted by Boyce. No, that's
Downhill Burrito.
Leighton.
That's Leighton. Yeah.
Like I mentioned, you are a lot quicker off the cuff with a lot of these drivers.
Some of them, but not all of them. Some of the newer ones.
High Voltage coming in for his pit. No, yes, Tony Patterson for High Voltage.
Yeah, that's correct. So with High Voltage being 2 laps down from the leader, when they head back out on the track, that'll put them right back in contention with MK Morse, who is currently, well, they just triggered 4 laps down from the leader.
Okay, getting more familiarized, we have Rachel Hart out there for Team Supersonic. She is trying to close the gap on Team Redline Racing. I guess what's really throwing me a little bit of a mix is Team Redline Racing is white.
Well, you know what happened with that? So this team originally signed up as Team TBA, and for the longest time, that's what I called them. That's what we called them internally, because they just hadn't come up with a team name. Well, we had already assigned all the colors for the roll hoops, and then they gave us the team name of Redline.
Understand, and a mistake on their part. Didn't get things done in time.
That was after MK Morris had already picked up that.
So there we see Katie Wise on screen right now. She is currently sitting in the number 2 spot overall. She is about 1.5 laps to 2 laps behind the green team, Team Felber. And looking at lap times, last lap by, Felber was just a little bit, 2 to 4 hundredths of a second faster than Supersonic, about 4 hundredths of a second in 1 lap. So that's nothing. That's running a turn a small bit wide. Hundredths of a second is just an itty-bitty mistake when it comes to the grand scheme of things. A big mistake will be 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, a second. Those are big mistakes. Just not hitting your line is where the hundredths of a second comes into play.
But look at how many consistent laps FLBR is running in the high 25s compared to the other teams who are sitting in the low 26s. And that's really what's given them this huge advantage.
High 25s, I want to say a third of Team Felber's laps have been below 25.5. They've been absolutely fast. Last lap by in traffic, 25.6. So they are running pretty good times, as on board with Will Nonamaker trying to chase down Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage being piloted by Jacob Andrew.
Not only that, but FLBR also registering the fastest lap of the race at a 25.297 so far.
I watched when Team Felber turned that lap. It was by Cash that turned that fast lap. It wasn't even by Marshall. It was by Cash.
What a fantastic lap. I mean, that is track record territory. The official track record here is a 25.5. That is actually owned by Marshall Miller. Yeah, there have been other instances where they've gotten below that, but we consider the official track record as an arrive and drive race. It can't be a competition like this where you have so many laps to heat up the car and really get your lap time down. It's got to be done in 12 laps.
There we see Team Downhill Burrito really getting held up by Team Ohio Drone Repair as they're getting pressure from Team MK Morse. Team Ohio Drone, they're...
Is that Jacob that's in the seat now? We saw him down at the pits a minute ago, and we were wondering if he had been on track yet, and he said no, he was getting ready to go out for his first stint. I don't recognize the helmet, so I don't think that is Jacob. But Leighton is keeping him honest, making sure he's staying right with and making sure MK Morris stands behind.
The Team Ohio Drone Racing is like our team of misfits from last year. It's just kind of thrown together with a bunch of people from all over the place.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is maybe a last-minute team. I mean, most of them know each other. They've been friends for a while, so...
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a very similar situation with...
Team Downhill Burrito going up the inside of...
What a great pass for Leighton there. Very clean, waited for his opportunity.
That'll be our purple squad getting the pressure from Team MK Morse, and the purple squad.
Leighton is just now going to have clean track space in front of him to try to set best laps he can. He's got nothing to do but focus on the road ahead in the number 9 machine.
Ohio Drone Repair getting pressure from MK Morse.
But keep an eye out here for high voltage. I see Jacob Andrews back on track. I would expect, so he's going to take a look on the inside. Make that pass. Jacob Andrews is going to take advantage of that little bit of sideways action and make sure he makes up some ground.
Now there's 6 drivers all there in the mix with one another, as one of the Nona makers just getting overtaken by Felber Motorsport, and one of the Nona makers was not happy with some of the driving from Team Felber earlier, just about a half an hour ago. It wasn't very long ago, so you got to think that's still in the forethought of Team Salins, as currently Will Nunamaker out there on race course, as Marshall Miller just made the move on Team Salin, and he's trying to keep striking distance to Team High Voltage just ahead, and he is closing the gap, and closing the gap fast is Marshall Miller, and he is going to start applying the pressure and looking for a passing opportunity, as Marshall Miller, he's really looking to pass Team Supersonic to put them an additional lap down. So really that is the only team that Team Felber is keeping an eye on, trying to keep their nose clean and make passes on Supersonic, as they're only 1 to 2 laps behind. Everybody else, they're about 5 laps off of the pace of the top 2 teams. So you want to say it's a 2-horse race already, as there is about 9 hours of racing remaining in the second annual running of the 2024 12 Hours of Canton.
Marshall Miller, with that kind of lead, that is an aggressive move.
You got to think that these drivers are utilizing their plastic bumpers all around the perimeter of their karts a little bit more than they would be if they didn't have them at all. If you take those bumpers off those karts.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'd be breaking stuff right and left.
They'd be spun out, and the things would be entirely different, in my opinion, if the bumpers were not on those karts. But then you have to take into great consideration the purpose behind the facility. It's an arrive and drive facility. It's for the safety of all.
I saw that replay there where Marshall gave a little bit of a break on the car, but was pretty optimistic by diving in there turn 1.
So now Marshall with some clear real estate between him and the High Voltage team running just ahead. High Voltage, they've had some mistakes through the past hour and a half, 2 hours or so, as they were running up inside the top 3. They have since slipped back to 4th position, and there was only about 1 lap separating the top 5 teams, and now a lap separates Felber from Supersonic. Then it's another 2 laps back to MK Morse, who is on the same lap as High Voltage. It's another lap back to Redline Racing, who is on the same lap as Team Salins, and then it's another 3 laps back to Downhill Burrito and about 5 laps off the mark to Ohio Drone Repair. So there's been some issues for Ohio Drone Repair that they have not been foreseeing, and that has caused them to be about 5 laps off of the pace of the rest of the field and about 20 laps off of the pace of the race leaders.
But think of it this way, you're only 1/4 of the way through the entire race, so a lot of race action still to go.
There is.
Still, maybe things can happen for them.
Maybe.
I'm being optimistic.
That is very optimistic thoughts by my cohort in crime up here in the box, James.
I'm rooting for them. They brought us some awesome drone shots. They're manning drones up here with us back and forth, and they're managing a race team all at the same time. It's pretty cool.
It's the spirit of being here. I mean, you got to put the time and effort, taking the time out of your personal day to be here on a Friday, St. Patrick's Day weekend. You could be doing a whole bunch of other things, but I'm glad I'm here at the kart track.
We're glad you're here too.
Brown team coming into the pits.
And that'll be Leighton doing his exchange, and we'll be looking for the next driver of Downhill Burrito.
You are a lot quicker on these exchanges and calling some of these drivers just at the sight of their helmets. There we go.
This is going to be
Giovanni.
Is it Giovanni? Did he change the stickers on his helmet?
None of these other helmets have stickers on them.
All right, let's check. Yeah, that's Dan.
That's Dan.
Dan Boyce. He's got the checkered flag sides there.
He's added some stickers since his photo.
Maybe he has. I do know that Giovanni has a big IMSA sticker on his, which is an indication as he adjusts his steering wheel while he's driving around the carousel.
So on board with Dan Boyce. He is in Team Downhill Burrito, sitting back in the number 7 position. Their best lap, about a 25.7. So that is about a half a second off of Team Felber's best lap. But if you take Team Felber out, Team Downhill Burrito's within 1/10 to 2/10 of the rest of the field. So they're not that far off of the mark. Just some issues earlier in the race has caused them to be about 10 laps off of the rest of the field, or excuse me, 10 laps off of your race leaders. But just checking back in with our previous lap, Team Felber clicking off another lap. They're extending their advantage over Supersonic, so they're closing the gap actually on Supersonic, who should just be about a corner ahead at this point in time. And that would put Team Supersonic an additional lap down, so that would be 2 full laps down. So I believe Marshall Miller will be closing in on Team MK Morse is the next driver just ahead. So I'm trying to see who is next in the crosshairs for Marshall. And it looks like it's a representative from MK Morse as we're still riding on board with Felber.
We're getting some updated information on our stints so that we can tell you a little bit more information about how long some of the drivers have been out. Hopefully have that information for you before too long.
Marshall on board the kart number 32. He's trying to take care of that kart, as we just seen the cell voltage on that particular kart drop a dramatic amount and then go back up a dramatic amount, about 0.2 of a volt fluctuation on the kart that Marshall Miller is currently piloting. So that, yeah, we see some dramatic changes for the cell voltage in the state of charge. So I'm not sure if that is a glitch or what is going on, but there is some dramatic changes all of a sudden.
Say that again. I'm sorry. What was the change?
I watched Marshall's kart drop about 0.2 of a volt in a matter of 1/10 of a second. Is that common?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the telemetry is reading from the computer every 5 seconds, and so if you get it in between, like on throttle, off throttle, you'll see a pretty big difference there. And I indicated this earlier, so we'll touch on it now. Is think of a battery as a muscle that teams are probably tired of me making this analogy, but if you stress it and you always keep your foot on the throttle, you're just going to be trying to extract energy out of the battery too quickly. And so one of the things you can do to try to make your stints a little longer is to let off that throttle just a little bit here and there. And what it does is allow the voltage to come back up, is what you said, and then it also allows the cells inside to very temporarily equilibrate. You have a total of 15 cells in the car. You have 8 on driver's right and then 7 on driver's left. And so every time you let off the throttle, you're letting that battery breathe for just a second. So breathing is a good thing. That helps extend the amount of time that you're able to stay on track. Now, obviously, you got to balance that with how much speed you're going to carry on the track, because you don't want to give up too much track time. But
some very aggressive driving between Team MK Morse and Team
Downhill Burrito.
We have seen that red kart remain on the race course for quite some time. That is MK Morse, and Tyler Koval is the pilot of that machine. And what number is that kart that Tyler is currently piloting? That is kart number 34. And according to the telemetry, I believe he'll be wanting to think about a pit very, very soon, as that thing's running about 56 degrees C. It's showing red. Should, like you were mentioning, have a little bit of headroom available to it.
He's actually, cell 3 needs to keep an eye on there, because it has dipped quite
below
a few
that too.
But let me tighten up our scope here real quick. Yeah, for sure.
So you'll expect to see Team MK Morse come in the pits in just a few moments. As
hopefully they're paying attention to that. Because not only are they pushing the cells on cell 3, but the overall remaining capacity estimations are down, and we also have a very large delta voltage between all the cells. So
over a volt, 1.2 volts separates the highest volt or highest cell from the lowest cell. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, if you subtract the 3.2 from the 1.9, yeah.
That is a large variance between individual cells within the pack.
It is. What's one of the issues we've addressed with the manufacturer, and they have taken action on this on the next battery model, is that the reporting is not always accurate. So the teams were informed that, especially cell 8, it's our #1 problem child of the pack, and you're reading the voltage from the left-hand side of the car to the right-hand side of the car. And naturally, when you read voltage over across a wire like that, you're going to drop. And so it's just not getting an accurate reading. Not necessarily because the cell is actually that low, it just means that it's not accurate. So yeah, it's not something you typically see, a difference of a half a volt. So
there we see member of Team Salem, that will be Will Nunamaker, making his way into the pits on kart number 30. So he will be making his way in, and that is down to 7% state of charge, 62 degrees C. So he'll be, pretty well scheduled pit stop for Team Salem. And their consistency has really paid off for them, as we see them running in about the number 5 position out.
And they're going to send Wayne out on track next. And you're right, consistency that's been their key, I think, to their endurance careers, but also what we saw last year in the 12 hours.
Because they're right in the thick of it. They are on the same lap as Team MK Morse, who is in 6th. They're only 2 laps behind Team High Voltage in the number 4 position, and only 3 laps out of 3rd place. So that is well within margin of improvement to make their way back onto perhaps a podium.
And even their qualifier, where they started was a step up from where they were running last year. So the 25.224, obviously that number is not representative of what the cars are tuned for right now, but they did a great job in qualifying that for their team.
I forget if Will or Wayne is the elder of the Nunamakers.
Good question.
I do not. I should know, but I don't.
Yeah, I thought the same. I thought Will was the older.
I will say Will's the older because he's the team captain.
Maybe he'll tell us.
If we're wrong, we'll get told.
Yeah.
That's usually the way it goes.
And if we touched on Ian yet, we haven't talked about Ian too much, but in his bio, he says that he's been doing a lot of sim racing, but also because of track record and winning a league up at High Voltage. So he's been around the other guys who are out doing the indoor karting scene, and he's no stranger to what he's driving today.
All right. It looks like Team Felber has accrued an additional lap on Team Supersonic, like I was alluding to, which puts them now at a 3-lap advantage over Supersonic. Redline Racing back there in the number 3 position. Sitting in the number 4 position, we have Team High Voltage with Team MK Morse Racing running out our top 5. Team Salins running in the number 6 position with Downhill Burrito in 7th, and Ohio Drone Repair running out our top 8, as we do see Marshall Miller coming into the pits.
And did you see how exaggerated the pull on the seatbelt was? It was like way up. I mean, he loosened the thing completely, and that was something he was committed to help the other teams. When we talk about that seatbelt transition, it is up to the drivers ultimately to determine what condition they leave the seatbelts in from one driver to the next, and that was something they were very adamant about. Is we will pull those seatbelts all the way out so that you don't have to worry about adjusting them, or you don't have to loosen them in order to get in the car.
I really like Marshall Miller. He's always got a smile on his face when he's in the paddock. He's always an easy guy to talk to, and enjoying just being here at the race course.
Yep.
Anything going on with our driver chat currently? Because I know that there was some penalties that were potentially getting talked about.
Let's check.
Looks like everything has been assessed since the last time we checked in with. All
right, so there was a concern of a visor.
Everything's been quiet for the past 10 minutes.
Team Purple did get a lap back after review of which call was that. Oh, I believe this was the call regarding the stop box. ODR had asked him for a review for being a quarter of an inch behind the pit stop line, and they asked for a review, and it looks like that got overturned, and they gave it back to him. I'm not sure if that's the same call or not, so we'll find out.
Well, I was down there talking to Katie Wise with Team MK Morse Racing. She was adamant that she stopped short of the pit box to not get a penalty, but she was cited for a penalty.
Yeah, so even if... Okay, so ODR is saying they stopped a quarter of an inch behind the pit stop box. I hope I said that correctly. I didn't want them... I thought at first I said that they were over the line and they were asking for forgiveness, and that would not be good. So... Nope, otherwise... Just cranking away the laps here.
Yeah, things are kind of quiet currently as we are right there in the middle portion of today's event, the second annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life. And we'll get back to you after these words from our sponsors.
Momentarily, we forgot to tell the production team that we were going commercial.
I was trying to cue him into it. I was trying to get Alan's attention.
They're doing a great job up here. We really appreciate this whole tech crew that is working behind the scenes to bring you guys a live broadcast of a go-kart track.
So back out there on the race course, it is now Cash Felber back on race course. This is actually something that I may want to pay attention to. We'll disregard this commercial break. We'll kind of keep it up and running, ready. But Cash Felber, he was the driver that set that fastest lap time. He has 2 drivers to make it by. He's in cart number 2 right now. 21. I'm not sure if that's a hot cart or not. But
they're all hot carts, Derek. They're all good.
And we are back here for the second annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair. And we are on board with Dan Boyce with Downhill Burrito Racing. And Downhill Burrito Racing, they're out there trying. They're giving it everything in their bag of tricks, but they're just still coming up a little bit short. They're about 8-10 laps off the mark right now, but still putting in some pretty decent laps, but just not quite the pace of the top field.
This is a point in time where the beginning jitters have settled down and the middle part of the race begins. As we look overhead to this thermal shot, look at the consistency of the driving line. You're looking at turn 1 on the left-hand side, followed by turn 2 and 3. Look at the heat being generated into the track as they turn into the left and right-hand side. We're being told by our drone operators that the track temperature is about 170 degrees where you see those red lines.
170?
107. I'm sorry.
That's why I thought it was 107.
I had the number in my brain and I said it wrong. I'm sorry. So 107 degrees.
And like you mentioned when we were at break, the consistency of the lines, it is very uniform.
But let me also point out that the turn 2 entry right there, see that car and then the one that follows him? See how different those are. That one's the most inconsistent because a lot of drivers will take that wide or narrow depending upon when they're lifting out of the throttle.
That's just where I was getting into, is the consistency of the lines here but not there.
Just like that, you had somebody good on the inside, but yeah.
Yes, that's one of the primary passing opportunities on the racetrack is you can dive it in and shove the other drivers wide in that tight hairpin turn right there.
In addition to there being 2 or 3 schools of thought as they go through turn 1, like right here, let's see, they're a little bit wider. Let's go a couple more cars. Okay, in the middle, now this car is going to be a little bit in the middle and to the left. Yeah, so you can see just every car that goes through has a little bit different line carrying through turn 1 because that's a very slow corner. It's also a lifting point with the throttle, so where you position the car on the track you can make it work in a multitude of ways.
So checking back in with the leaderboard, Felber and Supersonic. That battle is that hasn't gone anywhere. There's still about 2 laps.
Nope, as you're watching Chris Kuhn and David Pons battle it out, but you also have Dan Boyce, who's still right there to remind him. These are all on-track battles versus positions, but yeah.
So last lap by, Felber Motorsport at a 25.5 second lap time. This is the driver that I really wanted to see behind the wheel. This is Cash Felber out on race course right now for Felber Motorsport. He was the driver that set that blistering fast time earlier in the evening, earlier in the day. As we see Team High Voltage coming into the pit, that may allow Team Downhill Burrito to make an additional move on Team High Voltage. So I'm not sure if that was a scheduled pit or if that was a pit that was a result of a penalty. I don't want to think it was a penalty pit, as Team High Voltage being one of the more consistent teams that we've had through the 12 hours, not only this year but last year. But back on board with Dan Boyce with Team Downhill Burrito Racing. He is really applying the pressure to Team Redline Racing, and that is just for track position. Redline Racing, their best lap time, about 1/10 of a second off of Felber's. That's very impressive.
But doing a great job. So we talked to their crew chief earlier when you were down there in the pits, and they said that they had their one mulligan. Now they're just going to focus and make sure they make no mistakes. I think that's where they are so far.
David Pons currently piloting for Team Supersonic, and they lead this group of riders that we are currently riding on board with, as Supersonic still running in the number 2 position, and they have about 3 to 4 lap advantage over Redline Racing with the white hood. So that battle we see on race course, that is also the battle for the number 2 and 3 positions, although if Redline Racing does make the move on a Supersonic, that won't be the pass for second place. That'll just be a pass to get their hypothetical lap back. And they'll have to make a lot more of those passes to be eligible to battle for second place, as they're a couple of laps behind at this point.
But ultimately, even if they are multiple laps down, the position overall still matters. The prize money is the same for first, second, and third, regardless of whether you're on the lead lap or not. So still something to fight for in these remaining hours, many hours to go.
8 hours, 28 minutes, and 25 4 seconds remain in the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life and Ohio Drone Repair. As we're sitting up here watching this battle continue between Team Redline Racing and Team Burrito, Downhill Burrito Racing, as we're on board with Pons, and he is trying to maintain striking distance with MK Morse. MK Morse currently being piloted by PJ Mannypenny. Is that correct?
Well, let's check as we round the corner here. No, that is... Then grab his helmet.
Must be Allen, because it did not look...
Yeah, it did look like Allen, because it's very similar to Leighton's helmet as far as the blue color, but a little bit taller. Sorry, Leighton. I know you're in the chat rooting for Leighton, so I had to...
Alan Holbrook has raced motorcycles for a while, but he's always wanted something fun and involving to do in the winter to still be able to scratch that go fast itch. So Alan Holbrook from MK Morse Racing.
Yeah, it's definitely him. Interesting note about David Pons, if you follow along with him on Team Supersonic, is he just completed what we call the 50 race challenge, and that is a test to try to complete 50 races in one day. Well, he obliterated that record, and he did... Oh, Derek, I forgot the number. How many races did he do? Sorry, Pons. I'm forgetting how many races you did all in one day, but I believe it was 72.
Wow.
72 races.
That is a lot of racing to get done in one day.
You remember that a race is considered 12 laps, so you multiply that by 12. And you have 10 hours to do it. He pretty much has run this race by himself in a different environment.
That is a lot to do behind the wheel. And that's a pretty good financial investment, is it not?
It is, yeah. I mean, again, we talk about this being an affordable type of motorsport, but ultimately when you start racking up that many races, it's a little pricey. So
there we were looking to getting this aerial of the pits.
Awesome shot. All right, so now you see the internals of the cars and how much heat is radiating out of those. You can see on the right-hand side of the cars, which are the battery packs, which is a good source of the majority of the heat, but obviously a lot of heat coming out of the motors, the drivetrains, all that.
This is perfect. This aerial drone coverage brought to you by Ohio Drone Repair. For a frame of reference, body temperature 98.6 degrees. We have one of our track crew down there monitoring these batteries and charging them, and you can see the hot spots inside of the motor compartment of these carts.
Well, look at the battery sitting on the shelf up there. That one is hot coming out of a car, and all the other ones are cold coming, being ready for swaps. So,
is there a number associated to the white hot spots on screen? 137 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah.
That's hot. You don't want to touch that. I mean, it'd be not burning you, but it wouldn't be pleasant to touch.
Well, look how comparable it is to the tire temperatures. And when rubber up against the track, all the friction that it's generating, the battery pack is pretty much going through that same type of physics right there.
Spectacular aerial coverage brought to you by the folks at Ohio Drone Repair,
I believe,
for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
So you guys use this technology for police work, is that correct? We've got our drone guys up here giving us the lowdown on all these shots. So typical application for this is what? Tracking down bad guys? Search and rescue. Wow. Phenomenal technology. Thanks for bringing that.
That is great coverage from the folks at Ohio Drone Repair.
Look at a replay here. We had Katie Wise with getting shoved to the outside from David Pons. That move has been made many, many times on this track. Kind of arch rivals together. All done in good fun. Good competition.
Was Pons waving to Katie saying bye-bye, or waving to her apologizing about the bump?
A little bit of both.
Okay. Because he said friendly rivals, so you kind of think that they razz each other a little bit back in the paddock.
I think when they make that kind of pass, it's hey, nice knowing you, I'll check out now. But in the same token, I think there was a little bit of razz associated with that one.
Okay, checking back in with timing and scoring, we have Felber Motorsports still hanging on to the number 1 spot as they have about a 2-lap advantage over Team Supersonic, still running back there in the number 2 spot. Redline Racing still hanging on to the bottom step of the podium after about 3.5 hours of competition completed. So we're not even to the 4-hour mark yet, which would mark the 1/3 completion. Team High Voltage sitting in the number 4 spot, MK Morse rounding out our top 5. Team Salins in the number 6 position as they currently run with 459 laps completed, matching with Team Downhill Burrito and Ohio Drone Repair rounding out the field. But looking back there on the race course, we've got a 4-kart battle as Felber trying to make the move on Redline Racing, who has Salins and MK Morse running just ahead of them, as now Salins leaving the door wide open for 2 karts to make the move. So
yeah, now we've got Ian in the back of that train, and he made the smart decision of just kind of letting them go, so letting them fight out their own battle. But Felber's going to take a look at the inside of turn 1 and also give heat to Katie as they go around turn 3. But he's going to leave a little bit of ground there to Chris Kuhn. Chris Kuhn's going to probably push him to this. Turn 4. Chris loses out on that exchange as, again, Felber is squeezing people on track.
That is Roman out on course.
And now Ian is going to have Chris Kuhn at his back.
Oh, that is bad. That was some very aggressive driving coming from Felber, as we've seen MK Morse looking back and shaking the finger. That was disappointment, disapproval from MK Morse. And that was like we were mentioning right in front of our course marshal.
There is no love lost between these two teams at this moment. Let's see a replay. All right, so we have Katie coming down, protecting him a little bit of the inside. He made a late dive. And Katie gesturing that she does not approve of that. We'll see what happens. Keeping in mind that the only team so far with an assessed point penalty is that team in the green.
I do not recall offhand who the driver that obtained that 1-point penalty was. So if that potentially may assess in another point, that could take a driver out of the
Katie's going to hold her line here, rightfully so, as she defends through the same corners here. She's got 4 cars on her tail. Nothing like feeling pressure as you're rounding turn 4 there.
That is Katie Wise with...
Felber is going to pit.
That's Cash Felber trying to get the Felber straight.
Used to be that Cash had the green helmet, and that was always easy to determine the difference between the two, but now they have very similar looking helmets. As they hit the stop box, get approval from the track marshal.
Yes, that was Cash.
Yep.
They both
Roman's helmet has a little bit more red in it.
Well, they have the same helmet, painted in the same manner, just with flip-flop colors.
Just to make it interesting for us.
Yeah.
And they are identical twins, by the way, if you guys didn't know.
Just helps it out even more.
I actually share the same birthday with those guys. Little difference in age, but I share the same birthday.
You wouldn't say.
Yeah.
Couldn't have fooled me. So after that exchange in the pits, that is going to allow Team Supersonic to take over the number 1 spot, pushing Team Felber back into the number 2 spot. So if we can catch the kart number on the Cyan kart, that way we can see its current state of charge. 10 for Team Supersonic. And looking at its information, they have about 30% left of its state of charge. A little bit of headroom in its temperature. So it's looking okay. They have some laps to go remaining for Team Supersonic. And David Pons currently on board for Supersonic. You got to think that either Rachel or Corey are going to make their way back into the kart as
they keep flip-flopping, yeah.
I did talk to the Ghost, Armand Deligny, and he was on a 2-hour break when I was talking to him in the pits. So I doubt that we'll see Armand joining the crew, but you never know.
Yeah, I think that they are... Well,
on board with Andrew Steven.
But actually, we've seen that David has been swapping with Armand, but we've also seen Corey out there. So it's been a little while since we've had Corey. We might actually see Armand next.
Is that part of our giveaway? Part of our giveaway. Back up here in the box, we have our teeth whitening system with
we're just
a
about
red
15
blue
minutes
LED
remaining.
light.
So.
And our sonic toothbrush, brought to you from the folks at Primal Life. Your mouth is our mission. Real white teeth whitening system.
And
sonic toothbrush.
This is part of it. So let's give you the full list. If you haven't gone to the website yet, it's 12hoursofcanton.com/Sebring. You got about 15 minutes left before this particular contest ends. Make sure you're not entering in the old one. The Mid-Ohio one has finished. We've already had a winner in it. This one is now Sebring.
Sebring.
The complete list of the package that you will win is the Dental Boost, the Toothpaste Chews, the V4 Whitening System, and the Real White Sonic Toothbrush, which is two of the items that we had up here in the booth.
Wow. $750 value for the teeth whitening system. Primal Care Mouth Care Package.
And don't forget the bonus question. We are accumulating those answers all throughout the day through the 12 hours, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Keep entering the contest and see if you can win that grand prize, which is the DJI Mavic 3 Pro, brought to you by Ohio Drone.
There we see Team Redline Racing down in the staging area at Savannah. She raced last year, and she is the youngest and fastest female and our state champion. So she'll be looking to have some great laps as we have Team Redline Racing trying to make the move on Team MK Morse. They're being chased down by Team Salem. There's Team Downhill Burrito, and wrapping up that crew of drivers is Team High Voltage. So 5 drivers all in one shot as Redline Racing trying to make the move on MK Morse. That's Katie Wise still piloting MK Morse. White team, we have... Is that Christopher Kuhn?
Chris Kuhn, yeah.
So he is trying to make the move on Katie.
Everybody's stacked up behind her, but she's holding her position.
And Christopher's been racing for 2 years, mostly within the Boost League and the GP Leagues here at K1. So he's looking to expand his repertoire of racing disciplines and move into perhaps more endurance racing. And you never know what this kind of endurance racing is going to segue into. We talked about the 24 hours of Le Mans in the pre-race show, but there's also the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Different pronunciation?
The 24 hours of lemons is...
That's definitely an American way of saying that.
Well, there is the 24 hours of lemons.
Oh, okay.
It's like less than $2,000 cars that they go and
those
race.
kind of lemons. Okay.
Yes.
We have an excellent battle on track, but yeah, go ahead.
You never know if some of these drivers may want to race into those more affordable endurance racing series like the 24 Hours of Lemons. Like
Ian pushing his way through. He's going to make it to turn 1 first. As Chris Kuhn is going to try to follow him along. They're going to go 3 wide into turn 2. All 3 cars. High Voltage, MK Morris, and Downhill Burrito.
Great, as
we have the
Salins.
Entire fleet all packed together with the exception of, well, Supersonic is back in the back there.
6
Ohio Drone
carts all within one shot at one time as Team Salins has made the move on 2 carts to take over the lead of that group. And now it is still Team Redline Racing running in the number 2 spot in that group of drivers. There is Team...
Which one are you looking for?
The orange one is Team
High Voltage.
High Voltage,
yep.
There we go. Running in the number 3 spot in that group of drivers.
At least we don't have High Voltage and Low Current like we did last year. See, Nate was driving for the team Low Current, which I believe was red last year. And
High Voltage up the inside of Redline Racing and shutting the door to take over the number 2 spot in that group of drivers. But the Nunamaker clan being piloted by a non-Nunamaker, Ian Gibler.
Yeah. Yep. Giebler. As he said, it's like the Keebler Elves. All right, they've now broken away a little bit, so now you've got Team Salem and Supersonic, which now we've got Chris in the pits.
Redline Racing coming into the pit for a exchange of drivers. 488 laps completed for Supersonic, 488 laps for Felber, 484 laps for High Voltage, 483 for Redline Racing, 481 for MK Morse, and 480 for Team Salins. After 3 hours and 46 minutes and 50 seconds of racing has been completed.
And now you've got for Redline Racing, that was Savannah going out on track. She was last year. David Pond's going to dive to the pits.
Ponzi with a dive bomb in the pits.
We talked about hitting the throttle. He definitely did not let off all the way there. So Savannah Weber being the winner of the K1 Speed Canton Teen League last year. She is advancing on to Nationals. She'll be out there at the end of June. So very experienced driver. And now you've got the driver Rachel Hart, who's making sure that her seatbelt is fastened as she now launches after her driver exchange.
Pons off track, Hart on track, and that will be for Team Supersonic as they are now about a lap off of Felber. They had the advantage before this exchange. Felber will try to get the cart number on that machine so we can see when they will be making an exchange and if that driver is racing it pretty hard. They didn't come in too awful long ago. It was Cash that came in not too awful long ago, and Roman is currently on the race course, so we should see them for probably another 10 to 15 minutes. That is cart number 20. So they've got 77% state of charge, so they have a good stint left to go out there on the track. And looking at some times, 25.6 second was the last lap from Roman Felber, so matching the times of his twin brother and matching times of the team captain, Marshall Miller. Spectacular drone.
Whoa! What a shot.
Spectacular drone coverage from the folks at Ohio Drone Repair, and they may have to take that one back to the shop. As that
hate to see that happen, but it's kind of good to know that even the pros have that issue. As they are saying, oops.
We couldn't have asked for a better time for that to happen than when it was on screen.
We were
live. Happening.
That was great.
Yellow flag is out.
So make sure you visit these guys because they're going to need to have another drone. Jason and I touched on this during our GP series. Ohio Drone Repair, it does all kinds of service work. So if you have a drone and you need it worked on, send it to them. But also, if you need any kind of specialized drones, they do all kinds of sales and service as well. So a wide variety of services offered up there, even though their business name is Ohio Drone Repair. So.
Now, I was talking to the folks from Ohio Drone Repair when we were taking a little bit of a break, and me being a surveyor or working for a surveying company, we have the desire and the want and need to do aerial photography at times. And my boss was talking about getting into aerial photography and getting a drone at some point in time, and this is the perfect company to help segue into that potential job avenue.
And the pace car led by Dominic D'Angelo. He is swapped off with Kyle, who was on the first stint driving that pace car. We will slow the field down under yellow as we retrieve parts from a very expensive drone. I wondered as it was flying over there, I was like, wow, he's going to get really close to that, but he did.
Drone racing maneuver. So we are leading our teams around the course. So what do we have? A couple of more minutes, less than 10 minutes remaining to get yourself entered into the Primal Life Dental Care Package.
Yeah, pick up on some of those great products offered by Primal Life. A lot of organic items available for mouth care, dental health care. They can educate you on all kinds of things that they offer. Also have a YouTube page or channel that you can follow, Primal Life Organics, if you search for them. And
12 Hours of Canton /Sebring. 12hoursofcanton.com.
Correct.
/Sebring. is the website to navigate to. You just have to be a follower of the Instagram and YouTube channels.
That's correct.
That's it. That's nothing. It's not like...
Yep, and 18 years of older. Well, we have to throw that stipulation in there. So, yeah, just growing the following. We hope you guys appreciate the coverage and all the work that it takes from the hardworking teams to make this coverage available. As
Absolutely.
We're now going to do a track walk with Jason and Adam.
Make sure no parts got carried by any of our carts throughout the rest of the circuit. And it looks like everything is all good to go. But once again, visit Ohio Drone Repair to have your personal drone repaired, serviced, or get any parts or accessories to get it back in the air.
Checking back on some notes from last year's 12 hours. And about this time in the number of lap counts where we sit, we've had a couple penalties as far as drive-throughs. We'd had a couple low batteries that killed. Yeah, so pretty much right in line with where we were in the year 2023 with this race.
So about 497 laps have been completed from Felber Motorsport, with 496 from Supersonic. So if we can get a great replay of that crash, that would be spectacular.
Alan is shaking his head no, unfortunately. Didn't have replay on the drone.
So it's a one and done.
Hey, it's captured on YouTube. We're good.
It's there forever. Just have to dub it in.
Yep.
Anything going on in the chat, James?
We had Leighton's mom saying that Savannah is a great driver and an amazing racer, I should say, and Savannah as well. So we highlighted Savannah a little bit. Kind of fits along the initiative that K1 has launched here to try to get more females into the sport. Like we've said many times, motorsport levels the playing field, so get to know some of these young female drivers that are very good in the sport, and they're always, they're here, they're hanging out, you can learn from them. It's a very accessible form of sport you can get involved with. And here's another thing too, branching off of that, is these same carts that we are driving today, they will be available for public arrive and drive tomorrow. You can drive the same machines on the same track, and you don't get to say that very often in other forms of motorsports.
What wins on Sunday sells on Monday is the old adage in motorsports that I'm aware of. But you can't really go out and purchase one of these.
And then, well, for us, it's going to be what wins on Friday sells on Saturday. So,
well, for us, yes.
Yeah.
Just checking in with the YouTube chat, I have to agree with one of Exced Iron's comments. I got to say, I find it a bit confusing that Redline Racing isn't red.
Yeah. Well,
agreed.
We touched on that, how they were already sorted out before the teams picked their names, and Redline Racing gave us their name, I think 2 weeks ago. So we had already completed several practice sessions and established team colors long before that, and the branding and stuff that all went along with that and the marketing material. So, sorry guys. We were going to call them Team TBA. I thought that would be funny the whole time to be talked to them as TBA, but they thought better.
And a little side note, James, Team Salins. I never heard of what Salins was whenever I came here to the 12 Hours of Canton last year. I heard Team Salins. I had to know what a Salins was. Looked them up online as we were sitting here in the broadcast last year. Salins makes hot dogs. And
yeah,
my wife and I happened to be walking around Walmart one day after the 12 hours. I'm like,
look at that.
Those are Salins hot dogs. How about that? I have to try some. And since we have tried many more packages of the footlong hot dogs from Salins, so if you have not seen them, look for them next time you're in your refrigerated section at your grocery store.
Sometimes a somewhat local company based out of New York, if I remember correctly. Jason actually did a full interview with Team Salins on our channel. You can go back a couple weeks and watch that whole interview. It's fascinating to hear professional race car drivers and why they're here, like today, competing in a go-kart race. It was a great perspective. Really enjoyed listening to them. Their dad, all the way at the end of the line there, he says he's not racing as much anymore, but as you can tell, very supportive of the team. And the Nana maker's very active in all kinds of road racing championships, Porsches, and just about anything you can name that's been road raced over long periods of time.
So we are still under that yellow flag, as we have witnessed as a result of something that happened out there on the course, not racing related.
Yep. But it also gives everybody an opportunity to do a cool off, reset, align team strategies. You never know. I mean, sometimes the teams have difficulty communicating, so during yellows is a good time to catch up on that. You get to pass your pit lap markers. You get to make signs, like big circles with your hands, like Roger's doing, and you get to clarify what your next strategy is.
And you, sitting up here in the booth, are probably getting a good deep breath, finally seeing these batteries, the muscles, getting a chance to relax, and they're not putting their full strain out there. And also the batteries in the karts in the pits getting that extra bit of time to cool down a couple of degrees.
Every little bit helps. I mean, if you've forgotten, we are pushing the boundaries of what we're doing here. This is not an easy task to take on. It's difficult on the drivers, yes, absolutely. Any endurance racing is. It's difficult on the machinery, yeah, absolutely. Our mechanic, Ryan, does a fantastic job of maintaining these machines. But biggest thing for this race, why 12 hours, such a big deal, is batteries. All comes down to that. Most of your facilities geared around, short stints. You run out for 12 laps, you come back in, you charge them. These are pushing the limits, not only from charge and balance, but also from a temperature standpoint. Particularly, one of the challenges with batteries is that not only are you putting in heat by running the battery, but then you take it to the pits and you charge it, and that adds more heat. So it's just heat on top of heat on top of heat, and the pit guys are down there just trying to do the best they can of trying to cool as much as possible and keep this race running for 12 hours.
So we're seeing some lucky dogs perhaps getting assessed and addressed right now, as we are still under caution.
Like I just mentioned, look at all the cars down there with the blue fans on them. We've got auxiliary coolers on there just to try to move it. Every little bit of air that we can push through the batteries helps tremendously. And they're watching the same telemetry that the teams are watching too, and they use this on a daily basis.
James, 4:30 is the time right now.
That's it. We will turn it over to our squad of social media team to do the drawings for the next.
Okay, so it looks like 7 out of the 8 teams have been granted lucky dog laps. So they'll get a lap back, and that'll tighten up the leaderboard a little bit, a lot. And so Felber still is in the number 1 spot, but that is not by anything anymore. Team Supersonic in the number 2 spot. Team High Voltage in the number 3 position, only 2 laps off of the top 2. Team Redline Racing running in the number 4 position. They're about 5 laps off of the mark. Team MK Morse Racing running in the number 5 position. They are also about 5 laps off of the mark. Team Salins is about 6 laps off of the mark, back in the number 6 position. About 8 laps off of the mark is Team Downhill Burrito running in 7th place, and 18 laps down
For Downhill Burrito. For
Ohio
Ohio Drone Repair. Sorry.
So they're getting their feet wet. Like we mentioned in the pre-race show, this is a brand new team to the 12 Hours of Canton.
Some of these guys raced this track for the first time about a week ago.
So they did not know what they were getting themselves into, and they're figuring everything out on the fly.
Yeah.
And that being said, 10 laps down off of the next competitor.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's nothing to be disappointed about. It is a great showing for your initial time racing these 12-hour races.
As the pace car is going to peel off, we are wait for green. Wait, not yet. So next time by. Sorry, pace car lights will go out this lap time. This will give us an opportunity to introduce the next giveaway. If you guys are following along, So the next track that we're going to highlight is Circuit of the Americas. So the website you're going to go to for our next giveaway, we're back to the drone. That's going to be 12hoursofcanton.com/circuit.
Very good. Very cool.
And Felber Motorsport will accelerate the field back to the green flag. There is no passing until after the start-finish line, and we are green once again for the 12 Hours of Canton. Just under 8 hours remaining.
So we are sending things back down to our social media team to get things figured out. And once again, that website, 12hoursofcanton.com/circuit.
CIRCUIT. Just that short. You don't have to do Circuit of the Americas. That won't work. Just Circuit.
So all this being said, James, I think that I'm going to take a step down and grab a couple of these drivers and talk to them.
And make me see if I can carry the show again. All right, I'm up to the challenge. I do this on the other announcing broadcast we do, but it's particularly difficult today to follow storyline. So I'll do the best I can.
So before I do break away, cart number 20 is Team Felber, and cart number 13 is Team Supersonic. They are both on the same lap right now. As with that lucky dog putting a Team Supersonic on the same lap as Team Felber, it's going to come down to when those teams have to pit. Cart number, 13? And cart number 20.
Yep.
Cart number 20, 65%, and cart number 13, 83%. So that is putting the advantage to...
It was 20, and what was the other car number?
13.
13.
I forget which one was which at this point in time after talking about him. So right. 20 is...
It puts the advantage to 13, yeah, so that would put the advantage back to Supersonic.
Correct. So that is a big swing from that lucky dog.
It is.
Huge swing.
I would say one of the more vocal teams about the lucky dog and not liking it has been Supersonic, but this is a huge benefit to them in this case. As you're now looking at the Team Salen's driver on the back of Katie Wise.
There is a lot to take in one of these races. There is so much going on track. There's so much going on off track.
That was a dive to the inside, a little premature. Maybe we'll get a replay of that shot and see what it looked like from overhead, just to put the guys in the booth under some pressure. I saw him stick his nose in there, and I didn't know if he was going to make it stick, but...
So Ian Keebler with Team Salen's.
That's right.
Putting the move on Team MK Morse. And who do we got for MK Morse right now? Is that
That's
Corey?
Katie.
That's Katie's out there.
Yep.
She's been out there for a good while.
She has. I was just going to check on her car number 6 and see where she stood as far as battery goes. How is she managing so far?
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah, she's actually got some more room to go.
She's managing that cart very well. You can hear her.
There's that pass.
You could hear her getting disappointed with the pressure she was getting applied.
Now, in some cases, race control will let that go, depending upon what the end result is. Do both cars continue in the same direction, or is there retaliation to that, et cetera, et cetera?
Rachel Hart out there for Team Supersonic, trying to remain within striking distance of one of the Felbers. That will be the more red of the Felbers. That's Cash Felber out on the race course right now for FLBR Racing. As we see Katie Wise coming in the pits, she is stopping for sure to make sure that she will not get a silly penalty.
So technically, if you were to look at the telemetry for that car, they have 37% left. Again, we've touched on this many times. That's not what they use. They did see the cell 8 dropping down to about 2.2 volts. So I think that was the safe bet, even though there was potentially some more room to run. You don't want to run the risk of running out on track.
Yes, that is Cash Felber. I believe he was the driver that set that blistering fast time earlier in the day. And he's running about the mid-25s right now. So it looks like he's slowed down his pace a little bit as we see Salen's coming in the pits for an exchange.
And we're going to have Will back in the hot seat.
Very few drivers able to switch for Team Salins, and I am guaranteeing they are happy to have that third member on board for the 2024 race.
If you were with us last year, 2023, they ran 2 drivers, so you were either on or off and waiting, and that makes for a long hour.
That makes for a very long day because you don't really have a chance to relax because your relaxing time is they're waiting to get back on. So you're always on the edge of your seat. You never get a chance to relax if you're only in a 2-man team.
All right, for the contest, congratulations to Steve Hardesty. You are the winner of the Primal Life kit, $750 retail value. Steve, we need you to email 12hoursofcanton@gmail.com for your information and get in contact with us to verify. Again, Steve, you are the winner of our second raffle. For those of you just joining us, or for those of you who have been following along the entire time, make sure you go to our third raffle. We're now at 12hoursofcanton.com/circuit, CIRCUIT. Check the chat and click on that link to enter.
Team Felber still running those 25.7, 25.8 second lap times. So those are consistent, and that is still about 0.2 of a second faster than Team Supersonic. So just inching away from the Cyan team. Team High Voltage still about 3 laps off of the mark. They're in the pits right now exchanging drivers, and they will come back out with a fresh driver and a fresh kart, still hanging on to the number 3 position. Team Redline Racing running in the number 4 spot. Team MK Morse running in the number 5 spot. Running in the number 6 spot, we have Team Salins with the yellow bonnet, the yellow hoods. Running in the number 7 position, we have Team Downhill Burrito, and running out the field, we have Team Ohio Drone Repair. And we will be right back from our sponsors. huge change-ups during that commercial break. As we were alluding to it before the break, Team Supersonic had a more, quote, healthy kart than Team FLBR Motorsport, and that alluded to Team Supersonic staying out there a little bit longer than Felber Motorsport, which has allowed Supersonic to take over the number 1 spot, and they are now in the pit, which is going to potentially allow Team Felber Motorsport to take back over the race lead. So this right now, this exchange, as they are coming back on the track right now, as Felber Motorsport is making the pass on Team Supersonic. That is for the number 1 spot. We are watching it happen right now on track. This is for the number 1 spot. We have got the Ghost himself, Armand Deligny out there for Team Supersonic, trying to maintain striking distance with Marshall Miller with Team FLBR Motorsport. And again, this is for the number 1 spot overall as they have both completed 558 laps for the 2nd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton. They have a substantial margin, 4 laps over Redline Racing, who is running back there in the number 3 position. Redline Racing being piloted by the black helmet. That is Ryan Plum, I believe, piloting for Redline Racing in the number 3 position. All blacked out helmet. Yeah, I want to say that's Mr. Plum, as he is running just ahead of Will Nunemaker for Team Salem. Team Salem sitting in the number 5 position as they currently run on the race course. He's about 7 laps off the mark, just behind Team High Voltage. Team High Voltage being represented by the orange roll bar covers. But making our way back to this battle we see on track between Will Nunemaker and Marshall Miller, who's going to stab it up the inside to pinch off another rider and make that move, putting 1 driver between him and Armand Deligny for Team Supersonic. So the Ghost, Armand Deligny, does not want to be separated from Marshall for very long, because the longer they are separated, that is going to give the advantage to Felber Motorsport. And you do not want to let the young drivers get out front and get some time between them and the rest of the field, as they will extend that advantage in a hurry. And the driver hailing out of France, making the move to the United States when he was just a teenager, is trying to keep the teenager within grasp. As there we have look at Team Redline Racing. Hey, what's going on? Team Redline Racing down there in the paddock, getting a look at their driver. I believe it is Corey Ricker for Redline Racing. Taking a look at MK Morse Racing, excuse me. That's going to be Savannah out there for MK Morse Racing. Savannah Weber, she's out there running just ahead of Marshall Miller. So that's Savannah Weber, Marshall Miller, Will Nunemaker, and Armand Deligny in focus right now. So the fastest and youngest female here at K1 Speed is trying to hold up one of the fastest men in the 12 hours. So there is Team MK Morse. PJ Mannypenny for MK Morse. Trying to get this all situated, as it's very confusing with Redline Racing being white, MK Morse being red. So that is a little bit confusing, so bear with everyone in that confusion. But here we have the Armand Deligny is finally able to make the move and clear Will Nunemaker, and now is all over the rear bumper once again of Marshall Miller for Felber Motorsport. So taking a look at timing and scoring now with some clear real estate ahead of them. These 2 drivers right here should see some pretty good laps, as they have pretty fresh karts and not a whole lot of traffic ahead of them, as here comes Redline Racing. Yes, Redline Racing in the white roll bar cover. That's going to be Mitch Shannon for here. Armand Deligny up the inside of Marshall Miller is able to take over the number 1 spot. Marshall Miller putting the bumps on the rear bumper of Armand. Armand getting held up by Mitch Shannon of Redline Racing. As there goes Armand up the inside. He's going to bring Marshall Miller with him, but then Mitch Shannon going to shut the door back on Marshall Miller, and there Marshall Miller is trying to push by. This is crazy battles up front as the Ghost is going to silently make his way by those two drivers and put a couple of kart lengths between him and Marshall Miller and pull away from this battle as Mitch Shannon went from the leader of that 4-rider group to the tail end of that 4-rider group, as Will Nunamaker has also made the move by as he has taken over the number 3 spot in that 5-driver group out there on the racetrack. Great racing action as we're going back to replay. Oh, I did not like the way Mitch Shannon was piloting that kart leading into the turn right there where the entrance of the pit lane is. But back up towards the front, we have Marshall Miller and Armand Deligny joining each other out on the race course. Now Marshall Miller behind Armand. It was the other way around just before we seen Mitch Shannon come out of the pit lane and bottleneck up those two drivers who were trying to put in some good lap times. And there we got Marshall Miller stabbing it up the inside of Armand, but Armand going to swing it outside, inside to take over the number 1 spot. Temporarily it was Marshall Miller, but it is going to file back into single file racing as they're making their way towards the garage doors, which would enter into the outdoor section of the racetrack, making their way into the carousel and leading into the start straightaway. Marshall Miller trying to find the line on Armand, and this is where Marshall has made the move so many times here today, and he has that inside line for 2 turns in a row, and he's going to seal the door and slam it shut on Armand Deligny to take over that number 1 spot. That was spectacular craftsmanship from Marshall Miller to take back over that number 1 spot on Armand Deligny. The Ghost has fallen back to the number 2 spot. He's got to do some more work and figure out where Marshall is doing that. He knows where he's doing it, but he has to implement it himself. And how does he do that? He's got to set it up the turn before. He's got to go around the carousel and straight line that thing into the turn, the hairpin turn following the finish line, and then make sure that you are on the inside to keep the other driver wide. And there we see in the distance Will Nunamaker making his way into the pit lane, as we will have either Wayne or Ian making their way into Team Salen's kart. And there we see Will advancing through. Checking back down in with timing and scoring, about 0.3 of a second separate Armand Deligny and Marshall Miller as they are coming up to the rear bumper of Ohio Drone Repair. And there we see Team Supersonic, Corey Salerno, Rachel Hart doing some crunch work to figure out what they got to do and how they got to do the craftsmanship that Marshall Miller just put together. Marshall Miller trying to set up Ohio Drone Repair to make that pass to put Ohio Drone Repair an additional lap down, and Ohio Drone Repair hopefully will keep the door open then for Supersonic to make the move by as well, and they do. Thank you very much to Ohio Drone Repair. Thank you as well to Primal Life for helping us out for the 2nd annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton, as well as Bubba's 33. Also want to give a huge shout out to Visit Canton, Track First, BTX Sports Apparel, and Mortimer and Fair Outfitters. But back out there on track, the Ghost, who we got on camera right now, trying to maintain striking distance with Marshall Miller. I'm going to have to try and see what got kart number 28 being piloted by Armand. Kart number 28, we're looking about 73% state of charge, 52 degrees Celsius. Got all greens going for Armand's kart. Although he is chasing down Marshall Miller's kart. Those two karts are pretty even. We've seen both of those drivers exchange karts within 5 laps of one another last time by. Marshall trying to catch his kart number as well to see what it is looking like. Thank you very much. We've got some great camera operators here for the second annual running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Kart number 28 and kart number 28 and 20. Huh? 28 and 29. Thank you. 28 and 29. Those are 29. A little bit more of an expired kart. '29 is Felber. So Felber in the more expired of those two machines. It has 47% state of charge versus the 69% state of charge coming from Supersonic. So if you take that into consideration, that's going to put the green team, that's going to put Felber back in the pits before Supersonic. So that's going to take them from the top peg down a notch. Looking at timing and scoring as well, Redline Racing showing in the number 3 position. They have completed 575 laps. So they're about 6 laps off the mark. I don't want to say they're out of it, but with 7.5 hours of racing completed, about 4.5 hours of racing in so far. The writing is, it's starting to show itself on the walls where these teams are going to start stacking up. The battle is going to be for that bottom step of the box. As Redline Racing, they have about 3-lap advantage over the battle back there, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's a toss-up for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, but you never know. Those 3 laps could go away with a quick penalty from Redline Racing, so they could go either up or down. Redline Racing could. But again, checking back in with timing and scoring, we see Felber running those consistent, very, very consistent 25.6 second lap times, but also matching those 25.6 second lap times. We have Team Supersonic and Armand Deligny matching those laps. So with a little bit of traffic ahead of Marshall Miller, that very well may allow Armand to close the gap. And running just behind them, we have Team High Voltage. High Voltage has had a spectacular run as well. They're sitting in the number 4 position currently, but they've had super good lap times. Their lap times are showing 3rd fastest of the day. Best lap time of the day is going to Felber. 2nd fastest lap time of the day is going to Redline Racing with a 25.404. 3rd fastest lap time of the event is going to Team High Voltage. So even though they are sitting back there in the number 4 position, they are still well within a podium shot. There we see the brown team, Team Downhill Burrito Racing, in the number 14 kart. That's one of our youngest competitors. That's going to be Giovanni Blackerby, 2 years of karting experience, and he is trying to run with Marshall Miller. So he has somebody that he's aspiring to race with, and both of those drivers been racing with each other here at K1 Speed, I want to say for about 1.5 years, 2 years, as Marshall's been racing here for about 1.5 years, as we see Marshall showboating with the foot sitting on top of the brake pedal. Hopefully, the snake doesn't come back to bite the driver of Team Felber, as he is just relaxing out there, letting off of the throttle in a couple of sections on the race course. All the while, all the other times, that thing is locked down to the floor. So Marshall Miller, I don't know if you're seeing this, James, but Marshall is just absolutely showboating out there. His foot is resting atop of the brake pedal. He claims he does that if the brake is not working. And he's running 25.525 second lap times with the brakes not working. Okay. Sure. Marshall Miller, he's always somebody to talk to. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always high-fiving and cheering kids on. He's always talking to the kids in the paddock. So he's always somebody that's cool to see here at K1 Speed, and glad that he's out here racing with us. He has made the team change between Team Supersonic, who he was on last year, to Team Felber, who he is on this year. And like James was saying, whenever the announcement of the 12 Hours of Canton got released, teams kind of started putting their names in the hat of, we want to race this thing. And then once the teams were established, then they got to start cherry picking their drivers. And Marshall quickly got picked off, and he wanted to be taken by Team Felber, and he's representing that team very well. We've only got 2 3-man crews for the 2024 running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Those will be Team Salins and Team Felber. A couple of 4-man teams. We've got Team High Voltage, Team MK Morse, Team Downhill Burrito, Ohio Drone Repair, Supersonic, also in a 4-man team, and Redline Racing is showing the only 5-man team we have for the 2024 running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Not 24 Hours of Canton. We're not there yet. Check that. Ohio Drone Repair also with a 5-man team. I just seen James turn back to me and shake his head. No, we're not doing 24 hours. And I don't know if we have to get a whole second crew. We have to get a whole second building, a whole second everything. No, thank you. Checking back in with timing and scoring, though, a couple of teams still on that lead lap. That would be Felber Motorsport and Supersonic. And like I was alluding to just a few moments ago, this is going to come down to strategy between these two teams, as it's showing Felber with kart number 29, 30%, kart number 28 being piloted by Armand Deligny, the driver that hails from France, showing about 50% state of charge. Both of the packs showing same temperature. I have not dove further into the telemetry of those packs, although I have just done so now, and we see kart number 29, that is Felber's, cell number 8, dipping down to 2.5 volts. So that's still above the 2 volt threshold that James was talking about earlier in the broadcast. So the 2 volts is where those battery packs will start flickering and convulsing on the floor, flopping like a fish out of water. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want those cells to do that. And looking at kart number 28, which is Armand's kart, this is, again, the tight battle for the number 1 spot. He is also showing well above that 2 volt threshold in cell number 8. So that is that's what we're looking at when we are looking at the telemetry of these karts and the overall state of charge, the overall temperature. And like we've seen earlier in the broadcast, kart number 26 with that very bizarre cell dropping, but it was still fine in the grand scheme of things, as we've seen that kart remain out there on track for about 20 minutes during that crazy thing that happened earlier in the race.
I was standing over there and I heard you say 24 hours.
No, that was a mistake. I was just rambling. Once you kind of get into the thing, swing of things, you just start talking, and then I started talking, and I started talking.
Yeah, I understand. Wow, 12 hours is enough. So
12 hours is plenty.
I went down, talked with the drivers a little bit, got up to speed with what they were feeling, addressed some concerns. Teams are not happy with kart 16.
Kart 16?
Mechanic-wise, so not battery-wise, but mechanic-wise. So we're taking a look at that. Also, kart 12 was a concern with battery longevity, so we're taking a look at that as well. Actually, we're going to go ahead and swap that battery out because it does show that it prematurely let go on the cell 8. It's, again, it's a reporting issue, but the thing is the teams can't rely on the battery if it's not reporting correctly. So even though that's a very new battery, we have to give them something to try to rely upon. So,
hey, I don't know if you guys are watching this live at home, but the K1 Speed tonight is open to the public to come and watch this event live in person. Yeah. And you can check out what's going on here at the racetrack and see if this may be something that you want to do next year. And I was talking to Jason, I believe I was here on Sunday doing a little bit of a pre-check and see what's going on. He said that this is going to be broadcast on some of the local pubs, bars, and restaurants.
We heard that Bubba's 33 is going to have us on in their restaurant. So we hope you guys are watching. And if you are, hello, and thanks for following along.
And if you guys are done eating, come on up. Come on up here and check us out.
Yep, check it out and meet some of the drivers face-to-face. Everything is fully accessible here. You can talk with anybody you'd like. In fact, the teams would love to talk to you guys if you want.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing is Bubba's 33 will also be sponsoring dinner for the drivers, so we much appreciate them bringing in food. And then, I don't know if you touched on it or not, but thanks to Howlin' Bird for coming with their food truck on the lunch hour, we've experienced some of their lunch. It's great as well.
Spectacular. Thank you for their presence. As we are checking back in, Team Supersonic looks like they have came in while we were rambling there, James, and they have brought out Cash Felber, who was that lightning fast driver we seen earlier, and we'll see if he can match his best lap time. I don't know if he can match it, that 25.297 that I seen him run earlier. I seen it pop up on the last lap time, and then it popped up over on the best lap then. So I knew that it was Cash that turned it. I seen it happen, and he was all by himself out there when he did it. So I'm seeing if this kart number 18 will carry him to another super fast lap, as he has quite a bit of clear real estate ahead of him now. He has been out there for a couple of laps to get some temperature in those tires, so they'll get a little bit stickier, and maybe his lap times will get a little bit more competitive, because right now they're about the 25.7 second lap time. Still super fast. There we see Nunamaker, Wayne Nunamaker, piloting for Team Salins, still running in the number 5 position. They're just outside of where they want to be. They want to be, I want to say they want to be in 4th, because that's where they've been. They qualified in 4th. They finished in 4th last year. They were running in 4th earlier in the program when we talked about them in extent. So we want to see Team Salin improve just a little bit to be in a podium, step off the podium position. They want to be competitive during their, quote, off season, as the Nunamakers and Giebler.
Yep, Ian.
It's like Keebler Elf without.
Yep.
Okay.
With an I instead of a K. Yeah. If you're in the chat and that's wrong, let us know. But that's the way he explained it to me, so I hope that's correct. I'm looking at some of the pit data that we've had aggregated together from our track workers, and kind of fascinating to me. I'm surprised to see how far some of these stints are going. We have many teams that have gone into the 70 lap range. So there's no surprise as to why we're having battery temperatures that we have. They are stressing these all the way to that 2-volt max, and that's different than what we had last year, where the threshold was a little bit higher. So teams, if you're looking at cell temperatures, you need to consider it's how you drive the car. A lot of teams, several times, many stints. In fact, Downhill Burrito, some of the most consistent 70 lap stints out there, with many of the other ones floating in the 60s, mid-60s, and some in the high 50s as well. Again, well, I would say as a target, but the middle road, I would think, on this particular battery is right around 60 to maybe 65 laps if you're going to push it.
Okay.
Under race conditions, of course.
Good information to have, as we see about 7 hours 14 minutes remaining in today's event. Not quite to that halfway mark, as we are on board with Leighton Tice.
Oh, I forgot to check on that too. They told me how to pronounce it, because you're not supposed to say one of the letters, and I forgot which one it was.
I really should know, because there is a family that races motocross that has the same last name, and I'm 99% sure that I have been pronouncing it incorrectly my entire announcing career, and I've been pronouncing it as Tice, and I'm positive that's incorrect. So if we can get Leighton or one of his parents to correct us next time they see one of us, please do.
Yeah.
If we're wrong. If we're right, give us a thumbs up and a pat on the back and a good job, bud.
Well, and coming in the latter half of the stages of the race, we are going to have our full-time pit reporter here so that she can communicate some of this stuff to the drivers and also give us more information on what's going on down there to fill us in on what's going on at the box. Oh, somebody just corrected us on the chat. Tice. There we go. That's what it is. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And thanks for listening. Thanks for following along.
So that's how I've been pronouncing it that way in my announcing career for Damian Tice Jr. It's a rider coming out of Akron, Ohio.
Yeah.
85cc racer. So thank you, and hopefully it's the same for that family as well.
Well, I think
All right. I want to report back in here with some of these times as we see Supersonic still running up front. Felber Motorsports still in the number 2 spot with Redline Racing running in the number 3 spot. At one point in time, we've seen Felber Motorsport with a sizable advantage over the rest of the field. Maybe 3 laps over second place, 2 laps over second place, and things have changed in a hurry as we, Ohio Drone Repair has brought us some great coverage, resulting in a yellow flag. Ohio Drone Repair bringing us some spectacular
I got to see the
coverage.
drone that accidentally went into the pole, and as he explained that he lost control of it. I think so. It wasn't his piloting errors. I should have known that he was an experienced pilot. Something happened on the drone. So you're just shaking your head. Okay, that's fine. Sure it did, right? Okay.
There we see, still have Armand out there for Team Supersonic, and he is on kart number 28. I know that one is getting a little bit more towards the low end. We see 60 degrees coming from the cell pack. We see 22% state of charge, 2.63% for cell number 8. And you're saying 2 volts is the cutoff?
That's the program cutoff, yeah.
Okay. Armand, you have to think that he has been playing this game for quite some time, that he knows how to flex that muscle. And he knows
he does, yeah,
not overextend it.
But I did ask him about that a couple weeks ago in preparation for the race. He just seemed to make an indication that they were just going to go all out. They weren't going to do any kind of battery saving because you don't gain enough time in saving battery to make up for pit stops. So
there we go, firsthand.
Yeah, that might be the case, but he is going to pit right now. So we got Supersonic in. We're going to do some shop talk real quick. Hang on a second.
So there we see Corey Salerno getting buckled in for his stint in kart number 9. We'll see how that kart's going to be going as he is buckled up and he has launched and he is underway. So we'll see if Corey Salerno can Salerno himself by a couple of drivers and maintain that advantage over Felber Motorsports as he has tucked right back in front of Team High Voltage Racing, being driven by Jacob Andrew, that X30 senior low 206 driver racing with NASA. So those 2 drivers going to be hooking up out there on the race course for a couple of laps until Salerno's tires get heated up and he is getting back underway. But there we see High Voltage making the move on Salerno on those under-temp tires.
Under-temp, that's a nice way of saying it, yeah. Looks like, what's that signal High Voltage is giving him? It's off to the side.
I could not tell you. Maybe that High Voltage knows that was just a temporary pass and he'll be leaving the door open again. Maybe playing nice. I'm thinking far too far into it.
It is really difficult to read driver gestures.
The one that I am very familiar with is a T-shirt getting waved over the head. That's the only one that I'm aware of. That's just go faster. And the one that is a motocross term is you got to pound on your chest. That's dig deep. You got to pull out all the stops and lay everything out there on the racetrack.
Fair enough.
So those are the 2 things that I know. I've watched my dad trackside for about 20 years, and those are the 2 things that I've seen him do: be smart, dig deep, and go faster.
That's what racing's all about.
Yep.
Analyzing some of the pit
Whoa, getting aggressive there from Team Redline Racing and Team Downhill Burrito. Getting a little bit loose.
That's PJ on the seat of MK Morris.
And pilot, that's Leighton Tice. Yes.
Yep. Leighton's back out on track.
Getting bumped. Wow. Yeah. Really aggressive coming from the driver in.
Oh, he's going to put a little bit of a block on him going to the left or going to the right first and then the right. The right and then the left.
Mitch Shannon for Team Redline Racing is very aggressive, giving some bumps to Leighton, making their way into the turn.
If you remember, Mitch Shannon was also a headline maker last year in the 12 hours when he was driving for the green team. It looks like he is up to the same tactics as he fights Leighton in the number 17 machine. And you got Team Salem just sitting back there in the back, watching it all happen. And if anything happens, you know who will take advantage of that.
Wayne Nunamaker there, sitting in what is now the number 6 position. 614 laps completed. 25.5 second lap times. Very competitive, very consistent for the Nunamakers for Team Salins.
Yeah.
You got to think that with 617, or excuse me, whatever 17 laps completed for that team, 617, I was right. You got to think that they are right there thinking the long-term game at this point in time. They're not newbies into endurance racing. They've been doing this for quite some time. They know what they have to do at the end of the race to put them in contention. And I got to think that last year, I already counted them out.
Well,
I got to think last year I counted them out at this point in time because they were down.
Supersonic, right?
No, Salins.
Oh, Salins, yeah, right, yeah.
I got to think that they were sitting in about the same position as they are right now last year and able to just, in the last moments of the race, just punch their way into that number 4 position. So,
well, morally and physically, they looked down and out. That was the case at this point. At the halfway mark, just saw the fatigue on those drivers' faces as now Mitch is going to take the inside of turn 1, get past Leighton.
And Mitch is kind of aggressive. I'm curious to know about how much longer he's going to be out there because I've seen Mitch in kart number 8 bringing up a little bit of information on it. It's got to be getting down there. Yeah, he's been running that thing kind of hard as it's showing a little bit warm, not hot, as according to James up here, but 2.6 in cell number 8.
Yeah, he's steadily wearing that machine. That degradation curve looks exactly where it needs to be. But I'm also looking at the pit stop strategy for Redline, and they look to be some of the most consistent drivers.
There they come in.
Right there. Actually, we're going to find out. So this is going to be Mitch on lap number 622.
Running in the number 3 position. High voltage in orange in 4th.
And is that going to be a drive-through penalty? Yeah, if the track marshal is giving a circle motion, we're going to check on that. I saw Mitch shaking his head down there.
I did remember that during break before, the red squad, MK Morse Racing, made a huge mistake. They came in the pits and nobody was in the staging area ready to get suited in and buckled into their cart.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is not a similar situation to that where nobody was down there in the pits ready to get mounted up into their cart. Maybe one of our camera reporters that's down there can give us a little bit of information on that.
That is confirmed. Drive-through penalty for Redline Racing for pit stop violation.
But they were stacked up behind somebody else.
Yeah. Well, if you do...
Oh, wow.
Savannah's laughing at something. We're trying to look for a replay on that stop box so we can go see it, but
I swear both of those carts got stacked up in the pit lane, and if they were just addressing a penalty, that could have been extremely detrimental for him.
But if it was a penalty, it would have been a drive-through.
But if they lined up behind somebody that was going into the pits and got stopped, they'd had to go back out of line. Curious.
We're asking our replay expert see if he's got any replay of the stop box, and he's scrubbing some footage, so let's see what we got.
So Felber, all while we were talking there, it seems like all while we're distracted, something happens. And Felber Motorsport has taken back over the number 1 spot from Team Supersonic as they are both showing 632 laps have been concluded. We do have Corey Salerno out on race course for Team Supersonic, and we do have, that is Cash, more red, that's Cash.
Yep.
And he's in that cart number 18.
I wonder how he's feeling at this stage of the race. There we go. This is a replay on that move, but not the stop box. So I wonder how he's feeling at this stage of the race. If you had asked me a year ago if I thought that the Felbers would make it in this race with just 3 drivers, I'd be really skeptical. But these 2 drivers actually have completed that 50 race challenge.
Wow!
So they've done these karts all day before, so
they've experienced the burn behind racing karts.
Exactly.
And I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, sim racing. James, do you have any experience with sim racing at all? I tried.
I wanted to get into it. I have the rig at home. I just had a really hard time interpreting, so
I
didn't end up picking it up.
Did you, while you were experiencing it, did you happen to notice like any of the feedback that you were getting in the steering wheel? Was it realistic?
For me, I don't think I ever learned it properly, but it was very difficult to interpret braking forces and acceleration forces because when the only thing you have is the wheel, it's kind of hard to tell. But I know there are people that are very good at doing that, so I'm just not one of them.
I know that a lot of sim racing rigs, the more extreme sim racing rigs, have like suspension setups so that you can actually get the vibration of the road force fed back into
Is Leighton going to take the inside? Yeah, he is.
Great move for Leighton for Team Downhill Burrito Racing as he's making his way into the carousel and back down the start straightaway. Downhill Burrito clicking off another position as they have improved up to the number 5 spot, making the pass on MK Morse Racing. That was a position for
it was
on the track,
And now he's stuck with having to defend it as he looks behind him once in a while, trying to make sure that he's holding him off. But remember, when you're looking backwards, you're not driving forwards, so you got to be careful.
That's Tyler. Tyler, we've seen him be very aggressive through the early portion of today's event, and he's right there behind Leighton Tice, attempting to make that move back. Here we got the stop box. Oh, one of the stop box penalties.
That was violation. It was over the white line. So,
okay. Thanks for bringing that back up.
Thank you for that. Great job, production crew. All right, so
Felber with a 25.4 and another 25.4, 2 consecutive laps with clear track ahead of him, clear track behind him, just stretching out that advantage over Team Supersonic. And it's now about a half a lap now with Corey Salerno behind the wheel for Supersonic. He's doing what he can in traffic to reel that driver in on.
And we saw in the
Team
driver's
Felber.
chat 2 minutes ago that yellow is now going to get a drive-through penalty.
Team Salem, that's very surprising.
Yeah, that's unusual. Let's see if we can find out what it was for.
Uncharacteristic penalty for Team Salem, and that's actually being piloted by Ian Giebler, who is not the normal team of Team Salem. So he is going to have to address that drive-through penalty at some point in time, seeing what's going on. As that is that's Wayne.
Yeah, that's Wayne, and looks like the rest of the family, not only the Nanamakers, but also Ian's wife and kids. Good family affair. We appreciate all of them being here. So we're trying to get more information on what that drive-through penalty is. Or if it's been served, actually. So
now we've got Cash Felber making his way into some lap traffic right now, and he's being that's the red cover. That is MK Morse.
Yes, the roll hoop cover.
Held up by Team Downhill Burrito Racing. Downhill Burrito Racing, still that's Leighton Tice piloting that machine, and he is still trying to defend Tyler Koval. Doing
a great job of defending. Sometimes the inside. Going to get a bump here, but he's going to be able to hold the line. Not too concerning, but look, Felber's going to try to take advantage of that, squeeze him through. Anytime you have a battle between the two cars, it always opens the door for the third man who's sitting back there behind and just lurking.
And usually the guy at the front will find himself at the back at some point in time, as we seen earlier in one point in the race. One of the carts going from the lead to the end of a 4-cart group.
Yeah, because then they can just sneak in there.
And there we just seen Cash Felber make his way by not only MK Morse, but then Downhill Burrito in just a matter of a lap. So he has made his way by both of those drivers, and he just turned a 25.5 in traffic.
Amazing.
Wow. 25.542 for the previous lap for Cash Felber. And he's out there in the cart number 18. He's probably about halfway through that kart, I want to say. And the battle's on between that team and Team Supersonic. We seen Salerno make his way in the pits just after Felber last time.
Yeah, we've now got Ian, who is Team Salem, in front of Layton. We've got around him, but as long as Layton keeps MK Morris behind him and Tyler, then he'll be in good shape and fulfill that role for his team, making sure they keep their spots.
All right, showing 47% for Layton. And as they currently run on the race course, tied up front with Felber Motorsports and Team Supersonic at 647 laps, leading the way. Running in the number 3 position is Team Redline Racing with 639 laps. Running in the number 4 position is Team High Voltage with 638. You can throw a blanket over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th on the racetrack, with Redline Racing, High Voltage, Downhill Burrito, MK Morse, and Team Salins running 3rd through 7th in that order. And rounding out the field is Ohio Drone Repair. And we'll be back in just a couple of moments after these words from our sponsors.
We're running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
Is up, and we are set to go racing. The green flag flies, and we are off for the first ever 12 Hours of Canton.
I'm the first in the world that we know of that someone's done indoor electric endurance racing for 12 hours like this. The next day when we said, let's do a 12 hours race, and let's do it March 17th because it's 6 weeks away, and why not?
That's what we like to see. We like to see a little bit of hard racing over here as they try to go 3 wide through the back carousel.
470 laps completed.
We think that we're going to end up in the neighborhood of about 1,500 laps by the time the event runs out.
There's a 4-driver battle on track.
Here we have the orange team coming in the pits, into the stop box. Hand goes up for our track marshal, and we have an exchange. Looking at timing and scoring now, 650 laps. Only 2 laps now separate Supersonic from High Voltage, so things are starting to close it up a little bit up towards the top of the leaderboard.
Race control now by doing a drive-through penalty.
We see a couple of other drivers getting staged up down in the paddock. We can see him getting gloved up and orange hood in hand. Wow, this is absolutely intense. Nail-biting action all the way down to the wire.
And the official word from race control is that it's our close now, so this will take us to the end of race.
In low current. In third on the
he's going to take on the inside of 2, and he got her. He got her. Rachel ran it, was a little on the outside of middle line on turn 1, and that just opened the door through turn 2.
Rachel Hart's got the line on the inside into turn number 5, making the move back into the race lead. And she makes the pass into the number 1 spot here late in the race. Finish line straight away. White flag flies. The lift on the final lap as the checkered flag flies. Team Supersonic. Yourselves ironed out. Team Talladega grinding out the number 3 position. Second place. Still a great drive for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Come on up here. Claim your award. Great drive. Come on up here. Team Supersonic bringing home the number 1 plate for the 12 Hours of Canton here today.
I mean, how many of you guys would run this again? Okay, that's a tired response, but I got a lot of hands in the air.
270 laps completed.
So we're going to end up in the neighborhood of
every season till the end of the world. Every moment, all the memories unfurl. I was chasing the shadows, they were slipping right out of my hands, but I lingered. Now I know where I stand. Call it amazing.
drivers team coming in the pits, into the stop box. Hand goes up for our track marshal, and we have an exchange. Looking at timing and scoring now, 650 laps. Only 2 laps now separate Supersonic from High Voltage, so things are starting to close it up a little bit up towards the top of the leaderboard.
Race control now by doing a drive-through penalty.
We see a couple of other drivers getting staged up down in the paddock. We can see him getting gloved up and orange hood in hand. Wow, this is absolutely intense, nail-biting action all the way down to the wire.
And the official word from race control is that pits are closed now, so this will take us to the end of race.
Team low current in third on the
Oh, he's going to take on the inside of 2. He got her. Wow. He got her. Rachel ran it, was a little on the outside of middle line on turn 1, and that just opened the door through turn 2.
Rachel Hart's got the line up the inside into turn number 5, making the move back into the race lead. And she makes the pass into the number 1 spot here late in the race. Finish line straight away. White flag flies. The lift on the final lap as the checkered flag flies. Team Supersonic. Yourselves ironed out. Team Talladega rounding out the number 3 position. Second place. Still a great drive for the inaugural running of the 12 Hours of Canton. Come on up here. Claim your award. Great drive. Come on up here. Team Supersonic bringing home the number 1 plate for the 12 Hours of Canton here today.
I mean, how many of you guys would run this again?
Okay, that's a tired response, but I got a lot of hands in the air.
And we are racing back here at the 12 Hours of Canton, and there we see the yellow team during those extended yellow flags. The yellow team, Team Salins, experiencing a kart technical difficulty as he is just past the finish line, or excuse me, just past the entrance to pit road when that kart comes to a complete stall just in front of the start-finish line. So that is terrible news for Team Salins, as they will have to make their way around an entire lap, essentially, in limp mode on that kart, as that will be terrible for them, and also that may well lead into an additional caution because of a kart on the track. And, yep, it definitely does lead into a caution, as we see a representative from Team Salins still trying to limp that kart back around to the entrance of pit road. So this will pick back up with Team FLBR Motorsports, about a 3-lap advantage over Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic, after we have gotten word that the intercom, or not the intercom, the router essentially for the timing and scoring portion has died, and we had to reset everything down there on that end. So red flagging the track as a result of that stopped kart, as that is becoming more than just a yellow flag hazard. We have to manually push that kart all the way around to the entrance of pit road before we will get the yellow flag back underway and then the green flag flying. So I mentioned this during the previous extended yellow flag, that the yellow flag means that pit road is officially closed and you cannot do any strategizing or do any pitting during those yellow flags. So as a result, the karts are forced to stay on track during the duration of that yellow flag. And whenever the green flag flies, if you needed to pit during the yellow, you needed to do so promptly after that green flag flew. And as you just witnessed, Team Salins knew that was the writing was on the walls. They just tried to press their luck a lap too long, and you've seen what happened. We had to red flag the race as a result. So a lot of these team managers back in the pits right now are going to be checking out their battery packs and checking out the telemetry, as these yellow flags really throw a wrench in things, as it allows the battery packs to relax just a little bit, which may give the team managers a false sense of confidence, thinking that there may be more life left in those battery packs than what is actually showing. So that's what's probably happened in that case, as we see PJ Mannypenny for Team MK Morse trying to figure out exactly what is going on out there on the race course, as Team MK Morse currently sitting in the number 7 position, but they are shown as in pit according to speedhive.mylaps.com. So we're trying to get that figured out, but it looks like we are trying to get the karts back underway so we can get that yellow flag figured out and back underway as well. So the karts are back underway, and thank you for joining us here at K1 Speed Canton for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by the folks at Primal Life, Ohio Drone Racing, Bubba's 33. Thanks for joining us down there at Bubba's 33. And if you are all done for the evening and done enjoying your beverages, make sure you swing on up here to K1 Speed responsibly and watch some great racing action, as we will be open for business at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow for Arrive and Drive races. So if you don't have anything to do on a Saturday, weather's looking a little bit crummy this weekend, why not have fun? Come here to K1 Speed and spin some laps. Yellow flag continues as we're just waiting for the green flag to get back underway, and then these drivers will have a chance to reevaluate the telemetry in their batteries. As like I just mentioned, the team managers may have a false sense of confidence as the yellow flag is giving those battery packs a chance to relax and maybe giving the managers a false sense of confidence, thinking that there may be more left in those battery packs than what is actually there. Karts are back underway. We're just waiting for that green flag to fly, and we'll get racing action back underway. Once again, about 3 laps separates Felber from High Voltage, with Supersonic still running in 3rd, Downhill Burrito in 4th, Redline Racing in 5th, Team Salins in the number 6 position with MK Morse Racing in 7th, and Ohio Drone Repair rounding out the field. According to lap counts, 1,099 laps have been completed from Felber Motorsports, with 1,096 from High Voltage, 1,095 from Supersonic, 1,085 from Downhill Burrito, 1,084 from Redline, 1,081 from Salins, 1,081 also from MK Morse, and 1,072 from Ohio Drone Repair. And like we were talking about, James, Ohio Drone Repair may sound like that they are out of it, and they kind of are at this point in time. But this is not a bad showing from the folks at Ohio Drone Repair.
Absolutely not. No. We touched on it before, and we'll mention it again, that basically the team came together in a week. So some of the drivers had just never driven here before, and they had to qualify. They had to get underneath the sub-27s. They had to improve their lap times. They had to get the team together, and they added a driver as late as about 24 hours ago to their team.
And that is a very crafty driver that they happened to recruit to Team Ohio Drone Repair.
I said at the driver introductions that I think that he was going to be a good anchorman for him, and I think he's delivering on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looks like we are addressing quite a few lucky dog penalties. All teams except for Felber will be getting 1 lap back.
And I guess our replay guys have a replay of our drone footage, as it had a little incident on track a couple hours ago.
This is spectacular.
We want to hit back on this. All right, here we go. Flying along. And we lost control. And here we go.
It was spectacular cutting from our drone crew, as we see it there in the replay, just hitting the ground and bouncing right across to the finish line, folks. So,
sorry, Ohio Drone Repair. We don't like the fact that your equipment got ruined, but we hope you find somebody to repair it. My jokes are as bad as yours, huh?
Very, very well put, James.
Hey, don't forget to vote for the driver of the day.
Yes, you are correct. We're going to be giving away one of these things, one of these pairs of golden gloves from the folks at Marina
Outfitters,
Marina Racewear are hooking you guys up with a set of the golden gloves. So if you are watching on YouTube, make sure you name your favorite driver, not necessarily the fastest driver, not necessarily the most improved driver, just your favorite driver. That's what we're looking for. Please only vote one time, as your votes will count.
They'll be tallied, and we'll announce that at the end of the race.
There we go. Speaking of giveaways, 9:21, so about an hour remains in the DJI. What is this thing that we're going to be giving away? A DJI Mini 2 SE. We're going to be giving away one of these items.
This is the 3rd one of these, so you've had an opportunity to win every 2 hours. This one's going to go on for about another hour, so make sure you are going to
12hoursofcanton.com/Daytona.
Daytona. Celebrating some of the great tracks around the United States.
So there we see quite a few teams coming into the pits. We see Team FLBR, Team Redline Racing coming into the pits. Team FLBR sitting in the stop box for an extended period of time. So I'm not sure if they were addressing a penalty or if they were just making sure that they were where they were supposed to be. As just like that, we're back to nothing separating the top teams.
Yeah, the lucky dog has benefited these teams severely as that was a concern of Felber Motorsports. I passed by, I think it was Cash or Roman. I forget which one it was. Yeah, it was actually Cash. Sorry. No, it's Roman because he had on track. And he was asking about the lucky dog. And I said, well, with the timing issue, yeah, the yellow had to come out. So
now we've got High Voltage leading Felber. So now we're going to be coming down to pitting strategies, and we have just seen Felber come into the pits. So they have a fresh kart running in the number 2 position. Team High Voltage, I will be looking for its kart number next time I see it go by, and it is currently being piloted by Jacob Andrew, and he's making his way through the switchbacks right now. I believe that's kart number 18.
It is.
That he is currently piloting, so just a little idea there. He's a little past halfway, just according to the state of charge. 40% remaining. You don't want to push the envelope too far. You don't want to press your luck, as we'll probably be seeing Team High Voltage come in for a pit very, very soon. And time is starting to wind down. 3 hours of racing is remaining. And if we're doing half-an-hour stints, that's only about 6 more half-an-hour stints. You got to think about 7 more half-an-hour stints for these drivers, as they're getting plus or minus a half an hour out of their karts.
I think any of the nerves that they had at the beginning of the race are going to start to come back and start bubbling back up, because you're going to start looking for your finishing pit strategy, also who your drivers are going to be to run your final stints, and also who is around you that you need to be worried about. Remember that the pits will close 10 minutes to the end of the race, so you need to be moving your pits according to that strategy.
Absolutely. So you have to take that into great consideration, that your final pit stop needs to be before 10 minutes is completed. As we see Felber and Supersonic, that is for second and third. There is 1 lap separating Felber from Supersonic, but there is 0 time separating them out there on the race course. Currently, we have Felber being piloted by one of the twins, that is Cash Felber, piloting Team Felber, and Armand Delaney, the ghost from France, is running just behind him. Armand has to make the pass on Felber and then make an additional lap back to be able to possibly challenge for second place.
Tim's going to lose another spot here as PJ sneaks his way in and gets behind Redline Racing. Not to be confused with MK Morris, who is the red roll hoop cover, PJ in the number 22. He is all over the back of the number 24 machine.
Redline Racing and MK Morris on screen as Timothy Carey.
He's got to pit that one.
From Downhill Burrito coming in the pits, that is Mitch Shannon.
You can see that's a perfect shot right there of just the rapid deceleration as they come off the track and the pit lane speed limiter gets kicked in electronically. Then the big challenge is making sure your brakes are good so that you can stop in that stop box. Otherwise, you're going to be serving a drive-through penalty.
And there we see a great shot of the roll bar cover getting applied from Giovanni. And here he is adjusting his pedals. That is something that is going to take a little bit of time for Giovanni Blackerby, as he is finally getting his seat belts affixed and
adjusted. You got to pull on all 4 tabs there, right, left, top, right, and left, before you're able to relaunch the car. So make sure that it's done safely. Great job, Giovanni.
Great.
Yeah, he does have to have those pedals moved all the way up there. It's something he practiced a lot at. It's just the nature of the beast of the car and manipulating it between people like Armand, who don't fit in a go-kart, all the way down to Giovanni, who have to have those pedals all the way back.
Hey, don't knock Armand. He's out there having a great time, as Armand is coming in for a pit as well. So Team Supersonic sitting back there in the number 3 position is going to give up quite a bit of time to Felber and High Voltage, who are now going to pull away, as there is 0 kart separating Felber from High Voltage, as we've seen them going along the back straightaway and into the quick switchback. I believe that's turn 5?
I think they did a great job managing the battery and letting that machine go as long as it could. Even though it was reporting 0% charge, they did a good job of watching that and making sure they counted their laps, getting him pulled in sufficient time to swap out the kart.
So this is very, very exciting to watch right now, as we see High Voltage, Supersonic, and Felber all pretty much on screen at the same time. They are the top 3 teams, as there comes High Voltage into the pits. So High Voltage going to give up the race lead to Felber Motorsports. as a result of this pit. And with 3 hours and 3 minutes of racing remaining, this is where the strategy is going to come into place, as you have essentially 2 hours and 50 minutes left to pit, to make pits. You have that much left to go. So Felber Motorsport taking over the number 1 spot as they continue to run in the 25-second lap range, the mid to upper 25-second lap range. Great coverage from Ohio Drone Repair as we're seeing the hot spots out there on the track.
Yeah, you're looking at the carousel, so you're aiming towards the front of the track. You can see the scoreboard up top, and this is the carousel where, holding the line is very important to your lap time. You can see how much track space there is off to the left-hand side of the screen. It's very important when we do driver instruction to remind drivers that all that space over there is not to be used if you want to have a good lap time. And you can see that's exactly where all these pro drivers are taking their racing line.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yep.
And if you happen to draw that straight line around a race course, it's going to be around all of the inside lines.
Yeah, you can watch these guys as they hold that. I always use the reference point of the crack in the concrete right there. If you're driving, you can use that just to kind of gauge where you end up if you follow along with Giovanni. And if you, again, you don't want to go past the crack in the concrete. It's a good reference point. A lot of times when drivers come here for the first time, they run really wide because they're used to traditional car racing, and that's just not the case with a small car that maneuvers and turns very quickly.
Well, it's not a straight line out there on the race course. It's the shortest line out there on the race course is all the inside lines. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, and you can tell by that heat map that it helps set them up for the front straightaway, which is uber important.
So not only are these drivers thinking about setting themselves up for the current corner that they are entering and going through, they're setting themselves up for the straightaway and potentially the corner after where they are. So they're trying to play a chess game of the race course, but then trying to play a chess game between each of the drivers as well. So it's
especially Steve Madden here as he's got Roman right on his tail, and you could see how much he hugged the inside of that carousel just to make sure Roman didn't have any additional space so that he could get a run on him. He kept the door closed, but looks like he might lose that battle now as they get bumped.
That is one of the younger competitors. That's Cash Felber piloting for Felber, as we just seen some cheers from the sidelines rooting for the Felber squad, as he is cementing himself ahead of Team High Voltage and Team Supersonic. But Team Supersonic being piloted now by Corey Salerno. Hopefully everybody else on the racetrack knows who's piloting Supersonic, as we have heard the term many times before, getting Salerno'd. You don't want it to be the driver on the receiving end of that, as we see the gap getting smaller between High Voltage and Supersonic entering turn number 1 just after the start-finish line. We also see the Brown squad, Team Downhill Burrito Racing, being piloted by Giovanni Blackerby, catching fire and hooking onto the rear fender of Salerno, so his lap times are coming down.
It's a good time to follow Corey and see what he does with his line and see if Giovanni needs to make any adjustments as he ducks his head down to just try to make any kind of extra aerodynamic ability on the front straightaway. I see him doing that quite a bit.
See Giovanni Blackerby running consistent 26-second lap times. Supersonic just above the 26-second, High Voltage just above the 26-second, and Felber just below. So, yeah.
So we'll follow along Giovanni and see what his lap time is after he crosses start-finish on that one.
As they're competitive between Supersonic, High Voltage, and Downhill Burrito, 25.8. So they're dipping below that 26-second mark for that whole crew of drivers right there.
Remember, your top 3 are fighting for prize money. The first place winner does get $4,000 today, and second place is $2,000, and followed by third is $1,000. So the position that they're fighting for is worth some money in the prize pool.
So Felber Motorsports has 2 laps now over High Voltage, when just a moment ago we were talking, they were all tied up with High Voltage, and now they've got 2 laps. Is Felber just that fast that they are able to click off?
Yeah, there's no other explanation for it. It doesn't matter what car they get in. They're just making them all work.
Oh, you have some information about cart number 13 I don't think we've talked about on the broadcast.
Do I?
Yes, cart number 13 was having some issues with one of its front wheel bearings, and it felt like they were getting clunked as they were making their way around.
The teams did suspect that, yes.
So I'm curious if that has been resolved.
Let's check.
We're way back here. Okay. Sure to be catching up with that as we continue to see Felber breaking into the 25-second mark as Redline Racing also with some heater laps late in the day. The battle is on for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as only one lap separates those teams. 113 through 112 laps, or excuse me, 1,113 and 1,112 laps between 4th through 7th. So you can throw a blanket over the scoreboard and 4th place will be decided as we have less than 3 hours of competition remaining for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton, brought to you by Primal Life, Ohio Drone Repair, and Bubba's 33.
And we're going to continue to watch the gap between High Voltage and Supersonic because, like you said many times, they're fighting it out for the second position. Look at how close Giovanni is staying up on the back of High Voltage. Last lap times for High Voltage at 26.0. Supersonic was a 26.1.
Giovanni on the back of Supersonic, not
Sorry.
High Voltage. You're good.
Yep. Sorry.
It's getting late in the day. We're all feeling it at this point in time as caffeine is
an announcer's best friend.
Yes, at this point in time, caffeine and food is what we live on up here in the box to keep us going. As the battle continues between Salerno and Giovanni Blackerby. A couple of carts between them and Redline Racing, and Salerno has got some clear real estate ahead of him. So,
looks like there might have been a quick confusion for a stop box violation, but they did clear that. So originally they were telling Team FLBR that they would have to do a drive-through penalty, but they said after being under review, they canceled that. So
I think I am noticing potentially an issue with this. We are showing a total of laps from the drivers on screen as 1,075 laps, but I have 1,132 laps being recorded by Team Felber Motorsports. So
yeah,
something
right.
is going on with the broadcast
Yep.
and what is being shown on screen there. So we're going to get that taken care of in just a couple of moments and fixed for everyone that is viewing at home on YouTube or maybe down there at Bubba's 33. Thanks for joining us for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton. So we still have Felber Motorsports, not with 5 laps over the rest of the field. It's only 2 laps over High Voltage. So we apologize for that misrepresentation that you may have been experiencing on screen. So Felber over High Voltage, Supersonic in the number 3 spot with Redline Racing in 4th, Downhill Burrito, Team Salins, MK Morse, and Ohio Drone Repair. So there we see Redline Racing up the inside of Salerno, making the aggressive pass on Team Supersonic. Redline Racing and Supersonic, there is over 11 laps separating those two teams. So there is nothing to be gained from those two drivers getting aggressive with one another. So the best move there was for Salerno to just leave the door open and allow Team Redline Racing, who is being piloted by that red and black helmet right now, to make his way by cleanly. That's Mitch Shannon out there for Team Redline Racing, who's got some heater laps going on right now as he's working his way through traffic and able to pull away from Salerno and Giovanni Blackerby, but they have the very crafty Will Nunamaker chasing them down from Team Salins just behind that small platoon. Team Salen's staying pretty consistent there, running in the number 6 position. They've gone up, they've gone down, but they've been right there the whole time. They are still within range of finishing just out of the box like they did 1 year ago. So there we've got a great shot of the turn right there at the garage doors, right at the entrance of pit road. The battle continues between Salerno and Giovanni Blackerby, but Blackerby all over the rear fender of Salerno. It's just a matter of time. You got to anticipate Blackerby going to be going up the inside of Salerno in the turn just after the finish line. That's where we see Marshall Miller making so many passes through the day, just driving it hard up the inside and not allowing the other drivers to turn down into the optimal line. So this is where Blackerby, you got to think this is where he's going to be making his pass at some point in time. If he can set himself up on the inside just slightly on Salerno, that is where he will have the opportunity. Lap times for those teams continue to be just under 26 seconds and just at 26 seconds for Supersonic and Downhill Burrito, as that is a spectacular battle between those two drivers. There we go. Blackerby up the inside of Salerno, and he is going to shut the door just as I was anticipating where he was going to be making that pass. Blackerby did exactly what I was thinking he was going to do. He knew where he had to make that pass on Salerno. He drove it hard up the inside just after the finish line and shut the door, not allowing Salerno to turn down back into the optimal racing line. And here we see Blackerby pulling away a couple of kart lengths over Salerno, who has fallen back just on the track. Again, that is not a battle for race position. That's just a battle for track position. That's just a battle for pride right now between those two competitors. And now Blackerby, with a little bit of clear real estate ahead of him, he's going to try to put his head down and reel in Mitch Shannon running just ahead of him. Mitch Shannon for Redline Racing running in the upper 25s, but still an extremely competitive lap time, as he is consistently running 25.7 second laps. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Those are very fast laps inside this arena. As we see Felber turning 25.8s. So Redline Racing actually faster than your race leaders as they are currently out there on the race course. But mistakes, the fewer the mistakes is what's going to put the drivers on top. There we got a great look of Felber Racing, and there it is, Cash. Felber currently piloting the green roll bar covered cart. Great look at the number 4 machine, and let's get a little bit of an inside look on his machine. He's showing 31% state of charge for cart number 4. Cell number 8, which James has been talking about, is showing 2.63 volts. So it has dropped below that 3 volt.
Over that period of time, yeah, the lowest it's registered has been 2.63, yeah. So it's something to keep an eye on, but I think they've got some more laps to burn.
Yeah, they've got it in the back of their head that they need to be making a pit stall very soon before they throw this one away. As Felber only has about a lap to give up, a lap to 2 laps to give up over High Voltage, who continues to hang on in the number 2 position. So the battle continues as now Will Nunemaker applying the pressure on Corey Salerno.
Are we going to see a surge from the behind? Oh, he's making the aggressive move as Corey throws up his hands. Doesn't expect that from Will.
No, was not expecting that from Will Nunemaker, but Will Nunemaker's seen what Giovanni Blackerby did on Salerno just a couple of laps previous to now. And you can't fault Nunemaker from trying to make the move, but you just don't see the experienced, grizzled veteran of Nunemaker making those kinds of aggressive maneuvers.
No, we haven't seen that all day today, so whether that's a tactic or maybe just something that happened on the fly. But he has sent out a gap. So once he got past Corey, he's shown that he's got faster lap times at the moment.
Really impressive is Giovanni Blackerby, though. After passing Salerno, he has really extended his advantage out over Team Supersonic. And again, Team Downhill Burrito being currently piloted by Giovanni is very impressive out there. And he is proving that he wants to be just off of the box as he is matching laps with Redline Racing. So watch out for the brown and watch out for the white hoods. Redline Racing, there we see the white roll bar cover
of Mitch Shannon you're talking about?
Mitch Shannon, there we go, yes. He and Giovanni Blackerby will be battling for the number 4 position. So look out for Blackerby as he is starting to close in on the white roll bar
we
cover.
see him in the back of that shot.
That is for 4th place, and that will be tightening up very soon. Checking out lap times, Blackerby running about 0.3 faster per lap than Redline Racing. And there we've seen Redline Racing coming into the pits, and he's being followed into the pits by Will Nunamaker from Team Salins. So Team Salins trying to make a quick pit stall or quick pit to maintain their position on track. So you may be keeping in the back of your mind that Salins will be pitting around the same time as Redline Racing.
Salins just did pit, so he was in the...
Yep.
Okay.
I was just mentioning that as Team Salins came in the pit just behind Redline Racing, and there's only 1 lap separating Salins from Redline Racing. So if they're playing pit strategies at this point in time and hoping that Redline Racing will press things just a little bit too far, that'll put Team Salins right in contention to move up into maybe that number 4 position, because Downhill Burrito is right there as well with about the same lap count. It's anybody's race now for the top 4.
It's very close.
Before the number 4 spot.
Yeah, and especially on the out lap, it'll be interesting if anything changes, because the obviously that first lap out being cold tires, you can always potentially bring out some additional gains.
Is this Jacob for Team Ohio Drone?
It is.
Okay.
Back to their anchor man.
This is going to be an interesting couple of laps, as the anchorman for Ohio Drone Racing has been very fast today, and now he has a fresh cart versus Team Felber with Cash Felber. That's the number 4 cart, I believe.
Number 4. Jacob running a 26.0 on that last lap.
That machine will be coming in just a few laps. He is showing 18% state of charge on the number 4 cart. So you want to think that he is keeping that in mind, that he needs to make a pit sooner than later, because you don't want that cart to go into limp mode as he is battling for the number 1 spot. And out of nowhere, the 1 lap turned into 2 laps, and the 2 laps have turned into now nearly 3 laps of advantage for Felber over High Voltage.
They are pulling away from the field on a consistent basis. They've been doing it all day, and every time the field has an opportunity to catch up, they just pull out again.
Even if Felber has to make that pit stop after the lucky dogs have been assessed and they get shuffled back through the field a little bit, they still find a way to pull out the great lap times and put themselves up on top. But I'm going to be monitoring that cart number 4.
Both of those, I'm looking at Downhill Burritos. Out lap was a 26.0 and a 26.0 from Redline as well.
I got to be thinking that Team Felber will be coming into the pits in just a few moments, as that thing is winding down. It is winding down fast.
Who is that on the back of Zach Harmon? And we saw that at the side of that shot. Is that Leighton back in? Or no, that's still Giovanni on track, sorry.
So Giovanni Blackerby all over one of Redline Racing's carts.
That'd be Zach Harmon right there.
Zach Harmon, thank you.
Showing that he's got the pace to push him down the straightaway. He's going to take a look at the outside because Zach is going to defend. But that's going to push him a little wide in 2, and that's going to also upset 3. But now they're going to be back nose to tail as they push through 4. As that routine has been carried out many, many times on this track.
So Blackerby now knows that he has a great passing opportunity down this finish line straightaway. Maybe he will put that into effect on Zach Harmon. But Harmon doing a quick look over his shoulder to make sure that that inside line was still open for him to duck down into. And he hangs on to that track position. Again, Downhill Burrito and Redline Racing.
They're both running 26.3 lap times. So if if Giovanni was running faster than that, I think that his last laps were, that means Zach is going to be holding him up. That's going to allow the next team to be coming up behind him pretty quick. And Zach will stack up a couple cars in his rearview mirrors.
Do these karts have any mirrors to see behind them?
Nope.
It's worth asking.
I just like saying it.
So the battles continue out on the track, and tactics will start to come into play as 2 hours and 43 minutes of racing remains for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton. As it looks like Team MK Morris is starting to catch up to the orange squad there. Tyler Koval has been very fast all throughout the day. It
seems to be every time we come on board with him, he's running the most consistent laps. He's been in traffic a couple times, but he doesn't seem to get into a lot of trouble, and then otherwise just running good lap times.
I want to say I haven't seen Steve Madden for Team High Voltage out there too many times during the 12 hours, and he is currently out there for Team High Voltage. And 25.8 second lap time, so he is right there competitive with the rest of his team.
All those guys were running about those lap times during their last practice session just yesterday with one of their teammates coming into town for the event. Obviously, they weren't able to practice during some
Tony
of the other
Patterson
events.
From Indiana.
Yeah, Tony Patterson, yeah. The e-kart champion, buttoning up that team of 4.
Felber coming into the pits, changing their kart out. I did not catch if Felber's kart did expire on track and they had to limp it back. I wasn't paying that close of attention as the cameras were focusing on this great battle between Team Redline Racing and Team Downhill Burrito, but we see Team Felber in the pits and coming back out on track, still with the advantage over High Voltage. So you got to take into consideration that they didn't lose any positions as a result of that exchange, that they are still, that they did not go into limp mode on the racetrack, and they were able to run that thing all the way into the pits.
I'm just enjoying watching this battle between Giovanni and Zach because it's just showing how equally matched they are in many ways, and how desperate Giovanni is to get around him, but at the same time he's also being patient and not trying to make any mistakes. But very similar lap times as they cross the timing line. That will be a 25.8 for Downhill Burrito and a 25.8 for Redline Racing as well. So running identical lap times as they run right together.
Wow, Felber already dipping back down into the 25.4 lap times. That is right on par with their best lap times in the 25.2s. So Felber not losing anything here late in the day, as we are going to send things down to Dana Rohde, who is joining us with Katie Wise from Team MK Morris.
Oh, guys, thank you for joining us trackside. I have Katie Wise here with MK Morris. Katie, what a long night so far. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, how many laps do you think you've done tonight?
What are we at? Over 900.
900.
No, I'm sorry. We're over 1,000 now.
Oh, my God.
1,100.
So tell me what it feels like to be in the car and then out of the car. Are you still like...
Oh, yeah, it's a huge adrenaline rush. I don't have to call my chiropractor on Monday, that's for sure.
Hey, I saw they had one of these massage chairs over here.
I brought a massage gun.
Oh, your massage gun. All right. Well, I think being in that car, you'll be shaking like that.
Oh, yeah.
You're a beast. I saw her out there. She's definitely a beast. What a way to represent, you know, the women in this sport.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit how you got involved with this.
So I live like 5 minutes down the road, and we were trying to go to High Voltage for a while, but busy schedules just don't allow it. So when they built the K1 2 years ago in January, we started coming at February. We've been coming at least 2 times a month ever since.
Oh, wow.
And this is the only driving experience we have. We're not drivers like the rest of everybody else out there.
You say you're not drivers. I think she's fibbing a little bit. I mean, this woman
we don't have driving experience like everybody else.
Well, fake it till you make it, because you definitely, I mean,
it's working.
Look great out there. So how long have you been doing it?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, those 2 years, you have a lot of experience, I think, in those 2 years. And tell me a little bit about your teammates here on MK Morris.
So my dad is also on our team, And then we have my cousin, Tyler, and then his 2 friends, Corey and Alan.
Okay.
And me, my dad, and Corey were all on the same team last year.
Okay.
So we picked up a couple newbies.
All right. Well, I mean, it's not definitely lack of experience. I mean, your guys are doing a great job out there, right? So where we're placing at right now? Where are we at?
We're in 7th, but we're on the same lap as number 6. So.
Okay.
And then 5 and 4 are just 1 lap ahead of us.
Yeah. So it's 1 lap away from
1 lap away from 4.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I hear you have a little boy also, or a little.
I have a 12-year-old daughter, a 9-year-old son, and a 2-year-old daughter.
Oh my gosh, so the little girl. Yeah. And a mom.
Yeah.
And a heck of an athlete out here. So are you from the area then?
I went to Timken. My dad also went to Timken. My cousin went to McKinley, so we're kind of local.
So what spurred the interest in kart racing?
We like to go fast and we like competition.
Okay, so you just said, we're going to try this.
Why not? And then we actually ended up being pretty good at it, so.
And this is your 2nd year?
Yeah.
Okay,
Number
so
2.
where are you going after this?
Who knows?
All right, sky's the limit.
It is.
Katie.
We got nowhere to go but up.
All right, and hopefully you'll finish tonight, keep going up. So thanks for joining me, and
Thank
best
you.
of luck.
Thank
All
you.
Right.
And we are back up here in the box as Team Felber continues to lay down the heaters, running those 25.4 second lap times. That is absolutely incredible late in the day, as we just continue to say, yeah, they're just that fast, as Marshall Miller, piloting for Team FLBR, has clear real estate ahead and clear track behind him. He can just put his head down and keep clicking them off, and he is doing so. Another 25.5 coming from Marshall Miller.
And before that was a 25.4, so
they're not going outside of the 25s for Team FLBR very often, unless they have traffic that they're encountering.
Look at the physicalness of the car as he manhandles it around the carousel over there. I know it's hard to appreciate when you're watching it on TV, but you can just imagine that they're carrying a decent amount of speed, driving a car that's very low to the ground, and it's somewhat heavy with no power steering. So at this stage in the game, when you've been in the race for this long, it is exhausting.
Absolutely, as we see Marshall there putting a lot of muscle into the steering wheel in that e-kart. It is not just driving. These, like you said, these things don't have power steering.
You don't make them easy to drive.
They are taxing.
Yeah.
And you can see Marshall's muscles getting used by these karts. And it is very taxing, like you were saying.
I think if you ask him, he'll tell you that he's not really tired, but tomorrow he'll feel it. All those drivers will definitely feel it tomorrow.
Give him 10 years.
Yeah, that's true.
And have him do this exactly
Same
again.
with his teammates,
Yes, exactly. There we see High Voltage leaving the door open for FLBR to make the move inside, as FLBR still clicking off laps. Looks like High Voltage. And there's about 3 laps now that's separating FLBR from MK Morse.
We're looking in the pits right now at Team High Voltage, getting word from our trackside team that there was a little bit of disgruntlement because of the length of stint they were on. Is that correct? Oh, so
the driver on course did not get communication that they were on track for too long, maybe overexerting the battery pack and overexerting the kart, which may have caused them to lose quite a bit of time versus FLBR. So that is what they are getting a little bit upset about. Yeah.
Well,
these team communications headsets are fantastic until they're not.
Yeah. I heard Pons was talking about his team last year using rock, paper, scissors and a scoreboard on the sidelines. You notice that not a lot of teams are hovered around that fence line this year.
No, there is not a whole lot of hand communication going on.
No.
We've seen it a little bit from the folks at Team Salins giving a little bit of nods back and forth from trackside to pits. I wonder if that is their primary method of communication, as we do see Team Salins sitting right at the end of the start straightaway. At least their members of their pit crew are sitting at the end of the start straightaway. That's right in perfect line sight for those drivers to see if next time by they have to make any adjustments to their driving tactics or driving styles. So that may be the way that Salins is making their communications back and forth between their drivers. As we see some aggressive nature coming out there from Zach Harmon and Tyler Koval.
Yep. Where did Giovanni sort out through that list? Did he end up pitting?
Downhill Burrito is showing in 5th, 1 lap behind Redline.
So they might have undergone a driver swap while we were at the interview.
Very well could have. Great battle. Oh, we see Tyler Koval just trying to scratch his face a little bit.
I've had that problem before when I am in the helmet and I have like scratch my nose or something. You realize that you can't reach it.
Yep.
It's kind of a frustrating thing as a driver.
But that may be leaving Tyler off his mark a little bit, allowing Zach Harmon to regain his composure.
And look who's going to put himself in the mix and spin Zach sideways as he gives him a sarcastic thumbs up. Yeah, great job. But Marshall's going to give the position back. He just dove in a little too aggressively.
Very sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
Hats off to Marshall for not holding a grudge to a lot of these competitors.
That's Team Felbers right there. And Corey Salerno acting like one of the Felbers.
There.
Yes.
That's Cash that we see in front and center. There we see
a replay of that. Now Marshall's going to join the parade right here and squeeze right there and just spin Zach sideways.
Marshall leaving the door right there.
And he points him back. Yep. We'll get another angle of it right here. Zach takes the outside line. Marshall squeezes on the inside, possibly not on purpose. Maybe it was, not sure, but he's going to give him that position back. And that's the kind of thing race control will not see a fault with as long as he's given the position back and racing fair.
As now Marshall applying the pressure on Zach Harmon down the start straightaway. This is where we see Zach making, Marshall making quite a few passes throughout the duration of this event, sneaking down right to the inside just after the start-finish line and taking their lines away. But now we see Zach Harmon leaving the door back open for Marshall to make the pass back, knowing that Marshall is a little bit faster than Zach himself, which may allow Zach to hook a line to Marshall and try to match his laps out there on the race course.
And if you're joining us at the top of the hour, it's now 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We've got about 2.5 hours remaining on the clock, and we are at K1 Speed Canton in Ohio.
That reminds me, about a half an hour remaining in the DJI Mini 2 SE giveaway. Make sure you go to 12hoursofcanton.com/
I was hoping you would remember it.
It's not Daytona.
Nope.
We're done with that one.
We already did that one.
We're done with Indy.
Oh, I closed it. Hang on. Social media team's going to be upset.
I'm drawing a blank. It's not Sebring. We've done those. I don't remember.
Guys.
12hoursofcanton.com/
It's going to take me another couple seconds to get that. I'm sorry.
We're still trying to get that information brought up for you guys so you can log on to that website to enter to win the DJI.
I didn't write it down on paper like you said.
Yep, that never fails, but I got to blame Dana because she took my crayon.
Oh.
She took
Dana,
my crayon.
We need our crayons back.
Yep.
This is Daytona.
This is Daytona.
Yeah, so you were right.
I was right. So we've gone
12hoursofcanton.com/Daytona as we celebrate tracks across the United States. You can enter to win. Please, one entry per person. Read the official rules and guidelines on the website.
I don't know what racetrack number 6 will be, but I do know that there has been quite a bit of controversy over one particular track out in California. I don't know if you've been seeing this.
I saw the headline, but I didn't read into the detail. What was going on with it?
Laguna Seca is getting a lot of headaches from one of the housing, the HOAs nearby. That's about 2 miles away from the racetrack, saying that there is too much sound pollution coming from the racetrack and too many track days coming from Laguna Seca. But the track was there before the housing development was there.
I was going to say, it's not a new track.
You moved into the housing development, so who's at fault there?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
One of our tracks in the States that has been a staple of racing throughout quite some time is getting contested by some of the locals out there.
I'll always remember that as the track where Zanardi made his famous pass in the corkscrew for that race win. They've since outlawed that maneuver where you can't go off track anymore, but Zanardi and Laguna Seca always, to me, go hand in hand.
Well, I'm going to take a second and send things down to you, Dana, who is in the pits with Rachel.
Joining me here is Rachel Hart with Team Supersonic. We're down here at trackside. So, Rachel, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I am so glad to see you representing the women of this in the sport. And I noticed that we have a very large team here with you. So, who's all with you?
So today I have Armand and Corey, returning members from last year, and David Ponce.
Okay, how long have you been doing this?
Racing in motorsports since I was about 6 years old. I started karting here in 2020 or so, and so like 4 years in go-karts.
Well, I read a little bio on you that you actually started in motocross.
Yeah.
And so what caused you to have the transition?
So I went to college and I kind of put a pause on the motocross because college dorm rooms don't really work. And then it was kind of COVID time and this was something that you could do. So I got into go-karts, went with my family a couple of times, and I started racing leagues and just never stopped.
So she's an adrenaline junkie, hard for me to say. And where did you actually race in motocross?
Mostly around Ohio and Michigan, so local tracks. My favorite track's Redbud, so if anybody knows Redbud. But yeah, just local stuff usually.
So this takes a beating on your body.
Yeah, karting for sure.
Yeah, I was talking to Katie. You wouldn't realize that it was. Like, you're shaking, you're getting out of that, cart and probably still shaking.
Yeah.
How many laps have you done tonight, you think?
I've probably done 8 stints at about 40, 50 laps at least each, so quite a few.
Explain to the folks that are not familiar with karting. Yeah. So what is a stint?
Okay, so a stint is basically the time that you're driving. So every time that we need to change karts because the battery is dying, one person will drive into the pits and then the next driver will go out. So generally they're about half an hour here. Okay. If you do endurance karting and gas karts, it can be 2-3 hours at a time.
Do you do that also?
Yes. So there's a company called Endurance Karting, and they do 6-hour outdoor gas karts. So you have 2 fuel stops and 15 mandatory stops, but you don't have to change drivers. So you could do the whole thing by yourself.
Okay.
There's no mandatory teams like we have here.
Well, I was asking one of the moms here who has her son racing, 12 years old, all the way up to the age of 60. We have different drivers here. Yep. It's a typical race day, 12 hours.
Depends. Some of them are, some of them aren't. It really depends on the race. Endurance racing can be 24 hours, depending on where you go.
Well, what a great way for you to spend time with your family. I heard that your kids are here.
No, don't have any kids.
No?
But my dad was here.
Okay.
Yeah, he came. My dad came by.
Her big kid is here. So.
Yeah, my dad came by.
Okay, well, I gave you the wrong information on that. But thank you for joining us, and you're doing a great job out there.
Thank you.
Go team.
Go team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for having Rachel with us down there in the pits. And I'm glad that Dana brought that point up. How long are you at the racetrack? Are the race days generally 12 hours? And that's kind of a loaded question because it kind of depends on your racing discipline. K1 Speed here is an arrive and drive facility, so you are only tied to the facility for as long as you want to be tied to the facility, where a racing day that you may go and bring your personal equipment to, you're kind of tied there for the duration of the event, and you are at the mercy of how the promoters and the track organizers schedule the event and when you are racing, and it is not always timed. You may just be racing in a particular order, and you are at the mercy of the order when you go out there on the racetrack. So you're not always racing for a consistent period of time at given races. You have to give up the track for different classes. There may be young racers that race on their smaller karts that go out there and race against other smaller racers on their smaller karts, more aggressive karts with more aggressive drivers, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple different classes that race on a given race day that you have to basically shuffle all of the other karts off of the racetrack and only have one class on the track at one given time. So things can add up.
There's probably 2 levels to that. There's what is your racing time, and what is your commitment time.
There we go.
Your commitment time to a weekend is you got to drive there, and then you have the event, and you got to drive home, and all that kind of stuff. So it is very involved in some of the sporting venues.
2 hours, 23 minutes remain on the clock here for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton.
As you're watching Tony Patterson of High Voltage team being hunted down by the Ghost, Armand Deligny in the number 5 machine.
And he has, what is that? Tice right behind the Ghost, and we have seen Tice with some great laps as well. Leighton Tice out there on board for Downhill Burrito. Got to say, some of the younger drivers for Downhill Burrito are some of their faster drivers. Not to say that their whole team isn't pretty strong, but Giovanni and Leighton are extremely consistent and extremely fast.
Well, they're putting in great results for being so young in the seat.
Absolutely.
And especially so new to the sport. And we know that the other two drivers, that Dan and Tim, have basically picked up this track and these cars within the last couple months too, but definitely encouraged by the young drivers and what they're doing in these machines.
So with Dan and Timothy being older drivers of that team, do you think that the older drivers recruited the younger drivers, or do you think that the older drivers had their team in place and the kids were like, I want to race with you guys. I just want to race this thing. Do you have a team? Do you have a spot for me?
From what I understood, it was the younger kids who went after the adults to put the team together.
Oh.
If I understood that correctly from Downhill Burrito. I think it was Leighton and Giovanni that went after the other members of their team.
That is very interesting. That's bold for the kids to go. That's out of their comfort zone to ask somebody to join their team. So that's pretty bold for those kids to go out there and ask adults. I mean, they could ask other kids that they know to race with them, but they elected to pick and choose. They cherry-picked their team based on who was available here at K1, and they have put together a pretty competitive team.
Keep in mind that this battle we're watching right here is very important for Supersonic. They want to try to get past Tony if at all possible, because if there ever comes a yellow, they are going to be able to get that lap back. So Armand is definitely pushing to get by him. This is not a situation where he can just sit back and relax. He's going to be looking for any open door.
This is a battle on track for race position just in front of us between the Ghost himself piloting the number 5 kart and the number 17 kart being piloted by Team High Voltage. And they're going to be paying attention to when each other are going to be pitting. Armand in the number 5 kart, he's got approximately 51% state of charge remaining in his kart versus Team High Voltage. I'm trying to get back.
His car number?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back on the track to see what High Voltage's kart number, to see what its comparison was.
He's got 17.
17?
Yep.
So they are about even right now. Those two karts are about dead even. 17 and 5, 49% versus 53%.
Oh, Armand's going to look on the inside. He's going to get him in turn 1. That would give them the opportunity to potentially get their lap back. Supersonic still fighting for the number 2 position. This battle is not over with 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining on the clock.
Of all the passing, of all the aggressive passing that I've seen throughout the duration of tonight's event, that has been the location on the track where a majority of the passes have happened.
And he's going to check out now.
Straight away.
We saw that Armand was running a little bit, maybe a 10th second faster, even though he was falling behind Tony.
Whoa.
And he was finally able to make that move.
Lap times, FLBR, clicking off 25.2 second laps for 2 consecutive laps.
Dang.
They were at a 25.25 and a 25.257 in 2 consecutive laps.
They've held the fastest lap of the race all day, almost, and their best lap time now is a 25.251.
I seen both of them turn purple on screen for the last lap and the best lap turn purple at the same time, and Marshall Miller is currently the pilot behind the wheel of Team Felber.
And to give you an idea where the second and third teams sit, their best laps of the race are 25.383 and 3.81, respectively.
About a 10th off of their
That's how evenly
rivals.
matched these teams are. 2 teams of 4 drivers.
Hey, Team Felber.
As we look at Felber celebrating.
They're watching the live stream. Thank you for joining us for the second running of the 12 Hours of Canton. And there we just had Marshall Miller clicking off a 25.387. Here he's back on track with another clean lap, and he has nobody ahead of him that he can run a fast lap, and we'll see what he can put together. There's a 25.346 for the last lap for Marshall Miller. So 25.3 is just absolutely crazy fast. And now he is all over the rear fender of Team High Voltage, and we have got...
So, yeah, Leighton got around High Voltage.
Tony Patterson.
Yep, Tony's still hanging out there. Leighton got past him, and now we've got Armand, who's checked out. Going to try to make that entire lap back. If he can keep those lap times down, you might see Supersonic come around the back side of High Voltage again.
High Voltage slamming the door shut on Team Felber there just after the hairpin turns leading into, what is that, turn number 5?
No, that would be back in, that was what, 3? Yeah, 3.
Okay, my mistake.
The other comment I was going to make was, it seems like with a lot of these incidents with the Felber guys, especially Marshall kind of poking his nose down inside the corner, was because their top times are so fast, they are just carrying so much more speed than all the other drivers, and sometimes it might even be catching them off guard as far as what the closing speed is. Now, they should be anticipating that, but...
That is a very good point, and we've seen exactly that happen in the garage door corner from Marshall Miller and Rachel Hart colliding as Marshall was way behind and then closed the gap in that turn and head-on collision with Rachel earlier in today's event.
Yep.
There we see Marshall swinging into the pits. So Marshall coming into the pits from Felber Motorsports.
So look at the gap here. Armand just passed start-finish line, and right there is High Voltage. So he has pulled out a significant gap between the two. He wants to keep closing that so he can get Cyan back behind the orange.
Yes. As Supersonic still running in the number 2 spot, High Voltage back in 3rd. Downhill Burrito putting in a charge here late in the day. They're still about 10 laps off the mark, but they've improved all the way back up to 4th.
I've been saying that incorrectly. My apologies. They are on the same lap. Yeah, I'm sorry. Supersonic is on the same lap as High Voltage. I thought they had to get a lap back. But
no,
my misreading of the timing there.
At one point in time, they had to get a whole lap back, but they have since done that.
So that was a move for position.
So Armand trying to set sail in the number 2 position, as we have just seen Team Felber come in for their exchange. We have Cash out on the track now for Team Felber.
As Leighton is on the back of the MK Morris machine, being driven by Allen.
So many papers to try to keep track of, so many helmet colors to try to keep track of, so many different logistical ends to try to keep track of.
About 39 drivers in the fleet tonight. Leighton's going to take the inside and get a move.
Great move from Leighton Tice as he is trying to bring Team High Voltage with him, trying to push Team MK Morris back in additional position. Is Allen the current driver? Yes, Allen Holbrook for Team MK Morris gives up that position on the race course 2.
There are 2 laps separating 4th, 5th, and 6th positions.
And even 7th. As Team Salen's on the same lap as MK Morris.
That's true too, yeah.
Yeah, the 4th place position is a 4-team battle at this point in time.
So the rundown is the clinic is being put on by Felber Motorsports. Then you got the tight competition of an even heat between 2nd and 3rd of Cyan and Orange. And then 4th through 7th, all battling it out for those positions. Trying to get to the checkered flag just in a little over 2 hours.
And we'll be back in just a couple of moments after these words from our sponsors.
We're running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. We holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.